And Vice Mayor, followed by Alderman Tabares.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning, sir.
Very excited for you to be in a position and excited for the rest of the department because you are in that position. Just want to say something. One, Alderman Quinn and Alderman Riley was talking about the helicopters. We do need them. And I don't know if you all ever thought about a private-public partnership. I would imagine some big corporation would like to advertise their names on you all's helicopters if they had the opportunity. That's a big billboard for a lot of people, and that maybe could help pay for that. I don't know if you all thought about those kind of things.
Well, we just have to look into the legal aspects of that, but anything that any help that we can get would be greatly appreciated.
All right, so I might even put Walter Burnett on the helicopter, if it don't cost too much. No, I'm just kidding.
We'll do that if you get us the money.
Well, you got the money, so you can do
I got to come up with the money. Also, Commander, Superintendent, all of my commanders are great, but they're really, really strained. And I feel it every time I ask them for something. They strain in a couple of ways. They strain because they don't have enough people helping them, one. And then they also strain because of the migrant situation is straining them. So, and you can feel it when you talk to them that it's challenging on them when I call about a couple of things. So we need to make sure that they get help, and we got to figure out a better way of dealing with the migrant situation of them being in all of the police districts. 18 first, I just had a meeting over in the first, and man, I want to hurry up and get out of there. It's not, no one should have to work in those conditions, right? So I just wanted to mention that. Also, there's a letter going around, myself, Alderman Villegas, Alderman Laspada, pushing for the 13th district to come back. As you know, they merged the 12 and 13. It's such a large district. It's a lot going on. You got Pilsen on one side, you got West Humboldt Park on the other side, Humboldt Park over there. It's just a lot going on for cars to be able to run that far to do their business. So hopefully we can get that district back. Wanted to ask you about the police academy, the old police academy, which is in my ward. What's your plans with the old police academy?
Well, we had a brief conversation about that. We really need to look at it. Our facilities are relatively small. Yeah, that academy was small. If we're going to ramp up recruitment, if we're going to get all of our officers trained daily, when we are getting our officers up to speed with the 40 hours of training and all of our in-service training, we need all the facilities that we can get. So for that academy over there, it would be nice to hold on to that, maybe until we come up with an alternative site or an even bigger academy. But we definitely need all the space that we can get at this time.
Well, I think that academy also could be a potential satellite office for the 13th district too. Just think about that.
Well, I got your email on that.
Okay.
And when we meet, we can talk about it.
All right, good deal. Also, I got a lot of pickpocketing going on in the Fulton market right now. That's one of our highest tourist areas in the city of Chicago. The commander, you all have worked with us to put a couple of cars over there, but we need to treat that area just like we do Rush Street and all those other places, because this is where we make a lot of our money at, over in that area, and we don't need people to be afraid to go to the area. So hopefully we can do a special detail like y'all do downtown. I don't know what you call it, the entertainment detail?
And the entertainment teams, and we can also get with Bureau of Counterterrorism.
Okay.
So there's some work there that can be done.
Yeah, so we need to do that. Also, I want to know how, I know Alderman Hopkins was able to get the sheriff to bring some people over in Lincoln Park. How does those things work out? I know that we use sheriffs and we use ATF and we use everybody on the west side where we got a lot of high crime going on at. But how does that work in those areas like that? And then is it okay for other folks to ask for sheriff to be in different areas of our community?
Well, it's always helpful, and the sheriff's department, along with the state police, they work in lockstep with us. Where they have the available manpower, we can ask for that help. So we can always talk about that. Reach out to Leo Schmitz, and then we see what we can get in that area.
All right, and then also I appreciate in some of your statements in reference to working with the violence prevention people. I think that's very important. I heard you say something earlier about Cabrini Green and Dearborn Homes, and I kind of missed that. But one of my challenges with Cabrini Green is I don't get the near north side. As you know, and all the police know, we still got stuff going on over there. Because the buildings have gone down. A lot of people think that, it's glittering and there's nothing going on, but we still got two factions or two or three factions of folks that still fight over there violently in that community. And I need, violence prevention folks, when I talk to them, they act like we don't need violence prevention over there. And I want to know, from your perspective, do you think violence prevention can be helpful in that area with the stuff that's going on in the row houses and Marshall Field Garden apartments? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, and here's the thing with violence prevention. When we talk about a lot of the outreach, they have to know that area, they have to know the location, they have to know the demographics, they have to know the gangs, because if they don't, it's going to be a little harder for them to talk to those individuals and get to the bottom of things. Then you have to look at who you're bringing in. There are some people who are better than others at what they do, but when you have particular community groups and when it comes to violence prevention, some of those workers need to be recruited from those neighborhoods. If they're not, they may not be quite as effective. It can be dangerous work if you're not from that community or that neighborhood, but we have to focus on those who are doing the true work, the real work. I've seen some change. I saw it in area 2. I saw working with the right people in the right communities, we were able to bring down a lot of shootings and a lot of homicides as a result of it.
So over in that community, and I talk with my officers, we all know what's going on. If you take care of that community, if you bring that down, it helps downtown too, right? Because it's right across the border, and it's all connected. So if we can tone that down, I think downtown would be a lot safer too.
Well, let's talk about that, and we can get you some groups over there.
All right, good deal. Also, my colleague just asked me, are you working on a strategy for violence prevention, the violence prevention strategies that are going on?
Yes, so I've had several meetings with the Joyce Foundation, and I have several meetings coming up to meet with all of the outreach groups across the entire city.
Fantastic. So I like to be engaged and involved with that. Because, as you know, I got several areas, the near west side, West Humboldt Park, it's a lot, East Garfield Park. So, no different than anybody else, but we got it going on. I know everybody think because I got the West Loop of Food and Market that there's nothing happening, but it's a lot happening. So,
and if you're involved, just know there's going to be some truth talk there. So,
without a doubt.
So I will be making sure that we understand each other.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you. I yield my time.
That's a first. We'll take it. Alderman Dow also would be like to add it to that conversation, as well as, a matter of fact, any of us that are impacted in some of the, I think, 15 communities that have this service need to be included in that conversation as well. So,
absolutely.
Alderman Tabares, you're next. Alderman Spizzato, you still on hold? Okay, no problem. Go ahead, Alderman Tabares. Everybody's on the list. Everybody's on the list. We're just going to go down. Go ahead, Alderman.
Okay, I want to start off with the uniform allowance and the duty availability that are given to officers on a regular basis. I see a reduction in the budget, which makes me concerned. are we expecting a lower head count or not anticipating filling vacancies because of this decrease? And can you walk us through the reduction in duty availability and uniform allowance and what's the reasoning behind it?
Yeah. If we can go to Commander Rowling, I don't believe there's a reduction there. Is there?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, there was no reduction there. Now it may be, you may see a reduction because of the reduction in the number of officers where we haven't filled those positions. So that's quite possible.
I know Alderman Quinn mentioned this about the 400 civilian positions, but can you walk us through those 400 civilian positions the mayor has talked about and what they will be doing? Are these positions currently in existence and just staffed by officers, or are some of these newly created positions?
So a lot of those positions are newly created because when we look at the number of civilians that we have on the job, our numbers pale in comparison to other major metropolitan cities. We have a pretty small percentage. It would be helpful to us as a department, again, to replace some of these positions with non-sworn and retired police officers to come back and do some of the work that we have sworn members doing right now when we could have those sworn members in vehicles responding to calls. The other thing is we're looking at bringing people in who have a background in technology, things of that nature, which is going to help us. They're going to help support the officers. So this will be helpful to us as a department as a whole. And then, civilianizing a portion of the department helps our officers with a better understanding of dealing with those who are non-sworn, right? This is going to help us as a department develop and learn how to work more in partnership with those who are non-sworn. So this will help us with our contact with the community also.
And then the Chicago Police Department, they recently transitioned to a new pay schedule. I've heard from dozens of police officers about problems with their tax withholdings where money was taken out when it should not have been or not deducted at all. What accounts for the payroll issues and is it being addressed?
Can we, Bob Landowski, can you address that question?
Bob Landowski, Human Resources. I could try to address it. Yeah, we changed the payroll schedule for the officers this past summer. I wasn't aware of a lot of issues. I'd have to go back to our payroll department and take a look at that and see where those were and possibly if there were incorrect deductions taken. We'll get back to you, ma'am.
I think was somebody else that wanted to chime in?
Yeah, I just wanted to, hi, Ryan Fitzsimons, Deputy Director. I just wanted to chime in on your earlier question about the uniform allowance and the duty availability. So those are figures that are their budget does most of those figures for us. So what they do is they look at previous expenditures versus kind of what's going on, the trends that they're seeing. So that is why they kind of reduced it. So if you look at your 2022 expenditures, they're much more in line with that.
Okay. Could you walk us through the budgeting process with regard to facility maintenance? I've seen what officers have to deal with in the 11th district where a crumbling parking garage and there's flooding locker rooms. Also, officers also have to park their personal vehicles on the street when they attend domestic violence court, and often these cars are getting vandalized when they return. And these issues persist in other districts too. What are we doing to address these issues?
Now, I'm sure that's a PSA question, but Ryan, do we have anything on that?
Yep. So, hi, Ryan Fitzsimons. Hi, Ryan Fitzsimons, Deputy Director, Chicago Police Department. So we work in partnership with AIS and PSA. So at the officer level, what they would do is they'd work with their command staff. They would submit a PSA request, which would then go over to AIS for work. What we're hoping is as we see AIS split into DTI and 2FM, we look forward to those forthcoming conversations with 2FM about that capital planning on how to fix those problems in a large scale and systematic manner.
Okay.
And you're right, Alderman. We have to do a better job of making these facilities more workable for our officers. That goes to wellness. It's the broken windows theory that should be applied to our department and our officers. So we will be looking to fix some of those issues.
And one of the issues that I've heard is how quickly a district can be put into a backlog after a shooting. For each shooting, you have a beat car that does a report, a second beat car that goes to the hospital with the victim, a third beat car that holds the crime scene. If there are multiple victims, you have multiple cars going to hospitals. If the crime scene is large, you have multiple cars holding the scene. Now, if you have multiple shootings on one watch, you have calls going hours without being answered. That's a minimum of 3 beat cars down per shooting for hours. I know the mayor wants to add more detectives, but does this budget increase the number of evidence technicians? I think I heard you earlier say 30. It's increasing
correct.
30
Yes.
evidence technicians when they are in a backlog to process scenes. So it has a compounding effect on manpower and in the districts who are holding scenes for their arrival. What other bottlenecks have you identified to cut back on the amount of time districts are in a backlog?
So what we just recently did, so we had the citywide CST team, right? And that we just broke down that citywide CST team and put those officers in the areas. Those officers now will be responding in the area and each district to help out with backlogs. So not only will these officers be over there to respond to the most violent crimes, the most violent occurrences in the districts, but when we know that a district is in a backlog, those officers will step in and start to take calls. So they will specialize in particular things because as we know, we have a robbery issue, we have a stolen car issue. So their mission will be specific and focused. However, when we know that the districts need help and we have multiple shootings in a district, they will be there to step in for those officers and help out with those calls.
Okay, and then through the chair, if you can provide a breakdown on race and gender of civilian and sworn police officers in the Chicago Police Department, a breakdown.
We will get you that.
And then I just want to thank the men and women of the Chicago Police Department, especially the 8th District. Thank you to Commander Sprini. Thank you to Chief McDermott. And thank you to our CPD chaplains as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good. Okay, very well. Chairman Tully Farrell, do you want to go now or after lunch?
Now, I just had a couple questions.
Okay, very well. Chairman Tully Farrell.
Thank you, Chairman. And good afternoon, Superintendent.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you. And to all the officers in the box as well. Superintendent, I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for out of the box, letting the officers know on this police department that you have their bags. Right out of the box, you talked about the emotional and the health impact that the migrants sleeping in front of the police officer, what it has on their emotional and health. And I appreciate your concern there for the officers. So thanks for standing up for them in each one of these districts. With regard to hiring, I think my colleague asked about it a little earlier. And that's the 400 civilians that this budget anticipates on hiring. Have you considered bringing in a retired sworn?
Yes. So that's part of what we're looking to do. We have a lot of sworn members who retired, who have a lot of institutional knowledge that they took with them. And when we are looking at the oversight aspect of it and the training, they have the experience and expertise that we can train to that will help them be more effective in making judgment on within the tread unit when they're looking at uses of force on the part of an officer, and to train officers so that we have a more effective training team, people with knowledge, experience, and expertise. So bringing in those retired, formerly sworn members would be effective for us as a department.
How many officers do you anticipate that will be able to put back on the streets in the patrol division?
Well, right now with 400, I can't give you an exact number, but it will be several hundred officers that we can put back into patrol.
One of the, and I asked that because one of the problems that, I think many of us have in our districts is response times. I've had instances where burglary has occurred and the police officers had not responded in several days. Now, that's probably an isolated incident that happened in the 25th district, but certainly a lot of calls that may not be of an emergency nature to 911 get a police response in about 4 to 5 hours in some instances. So I think the more officers we can have in the patrol division in our districts, the better that response time will be. So do you have any plans? And I know this is something that you've thought about to a certain degree, but do you have any plans with regard to how we could decrease the response time in districts like the 15th district or the 11th district or the 10th district on the west side, where there is a huge number of calls coming in every single night?
So the number one thing we have to do is assess the number of bodies that we have in each one of those districts. So we have to assess the number of officers, and that's going to be based on calls for service, types of crime that occur. Now, obviously, everybody wants more officers, right? We're going to do the best we have, the best we can with what we have. However, I believe with putting that citywide CST team back into the areas, back into the districts, that increase our ability to respond to some of these jobs a lot quicker. That's number one. We'll have more officers there, not only to respond to the most violent crimes, but we know that when our officers are down on jobs, we start to go into a backlog. These officers will be able to respond to the jobs and help out each district. That's one. The other one is that with bringing in more civilian staff, this stops us from in the future having to man those positions with sworn members. So this will also keep that down. The last thing we need to do is we're planning on having a meeting with OEMC to see how we can prioritize these calls the best way, especially those of a non-criminal nature, and how we can come up with with responders who can respond maybe to write a report, but for something non-criminal that does not necessarily require a police response. We can start to weed out some of those calls. It'll save our officers some time, and we'll go to those priority jobs and we'll get there quicker.
Thanks. What are the, and I just have a couple of questions left. What are the current eligibility requirements to become a police officer?
Did you want to talk about that? Bob, you want to talk about that question for me?
Yes, sir. Bob Landowski, Human Resources. Our current eligibility requirements, we do look for valid driver's license, a FOID card. When it comes to education and experience, we look for 60 college credit hours. But also in lieu of the 60 college credit hours, we will take work experience in certain areas as far as social work, safety. So we will look at that work experience in lieu of some of the college hours. We also work with the city colleges, and Chief Talley can talk a little bit about that, for a program that we currently are working with for individuals to get their 60 college credit hours in public safety that also can come through our program.
What about the polygraph and psychological?
Polygraph and psychological is part of the background check. So yeah, once they've met those minimum qualifications and they've applied and they've taken the police officer test, through the background, during the background, there's a polygraph, and at the end of the process, there's a medical and a psychological. Yes, sir.
If you can, because you guys know that we're not getting a sufficient number of applicants to sustain, an adequate police department. What some folks believe is an adequate size, some may not. There was a time when we were receiving, 20 up to 40,000 applicants at a time. And now I believe that number is down to about 4,000. Have you considered relaxing some of the requirements, specifically the 60 credit hours, and then looking at evaluating the polygraph test, the necessity of it? Have you considered those?
Well, there's a couple of things that I'll tell you. The polygraph does not eliminate a person. So it's not like, you take a polygraph and it just eliminates you. One of the things that I will say is this. Now we've looked at that when it comes to the 60 credit hours, and it's quite possible that you can get some really good police officers if you did that, especially those who have been in the workforce for quite some time, who are just looking for a leg up and a better job and a better opportunity in life. That's great. However, we have to be careful with over relaxing standards, because what are we hiring if we do that, right? We still want to get the best and the brightest on the job. If we go too far in relaxing the standards, we end up allowing people to come on the job who are probably eventually going to embarrass us. It's not everybody. So at some point, until we know that we're hiring the best, and because that's what we should be targeting, because we need to professionalize this job, because it is a profession and not just a job. This is a job where you have to have people. If you look at a study done, only 1% of the population are actually qualified to do the job of a police officer in the terms of what we expect a police officer to be and to do. So if we over relax standards, we sometimes get bad apples through, and we end up having to remove them. So at some point, until we know we have the most robust recruiting plan, I would rather work with the right people and work with a little less officers than be a full staff and have the wrong ones. So we just want to make sure that we get the right people in when we do that.
I agree with you to some degree, but I disagree with you a whole lot on that, because when you became a police officer and when I became a police officer, that 60 semester credit hours was not in place. In fact, I joined the police department with a high school diploma and had a successful career. And you've had a successful career. I don't know whether you went to college before you became a police officer, but it was not a requirement then. And perhaps everybody that's sitting in a box, when that application process was in place, it was not a requirement. And on the other side of that, and on the flip side of things, these multi-million-dollar lawsuits that we're settling are often because of young police officers that have 60 semester hours of credit. So I don't believe going to 2 years of college and partying during those 2 years of college makes you a better applicant.
Well,
hold on, Superintendent.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think it's up here, which makes you a good applicant.
Well, keep in mind, Alderman, what I'm saying is it's not about the 60 credit hours. I agree with you there.
Okay.
I mean, because my statement was that we have people who are probably right now working on the back of a garbage truck who would make an excellent police officer because they have the life and work experience. And they would really appreciate working this job. They would be great. There are some people who couldn't afford to go to college, but they have the mentality and the integrity to do this job the way it's supposed to be done. They're prepared and ready. Someone coming out of college with no life experience with 60 credit hours, I agree with you. That doesn't mean that they're going to be the best police officers. Even if we're looking at that, it could be degreed or not degreed. We want the brightest and the best. The only thing I'm saying is if we relax too many standards, that we have to be careful with that. It's not just about the education aspect of it, because again, you said it best. We see people who have 60 credit hours who are still making mistakes.
No, I don't want you to relax the standards, but I want you to reevaluate the necessity of having certain standards.
Yes, we can look at that.
Even with your psychological exam, those things could be evaluated to determine whether or not we are actually administering the best exam, or whether or not another exam would be much better for our officers, especially if they're seeking a job. That's another thing HR said to me when I was processing as a recruit. They told me I failed the psychological. And only one person has ever called me crazy, but what I'm trying to tell you is I think we are not getting, and we're also dismissing a lot of what I believe to be folks that could be great police officers. So I think we need to review these requirements to some degree. We're not relaxing them, but we're honing them to make them better so that we can have a better applicant pool. Chairman, I just had a couple of the questions, but I think our superintendent is doing a great job, and he and I will get an opportunity to talk over the years, and I look forward to working with you.
Hey, thank you,
Superintendent.
Alderman. And I think we're a little closer on that than
Yeah.
you think. All right.
Thank you,
So
Chairman.
thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Chairman. We are going to break. The team has asked us to break at this point for lunch based on what we have today. So we're going to reconvene at we'll reconvene at 1:30. So committee will be at ease until 1:30.
Still live, you okay?
CPD members, please feel free to join us upstairs for lunch. My apologies for not letting you know before we closed out.
We're gonna go ahead and get started back. If I can have everybody gather back in the box and up on the dais. Alderman Laspada will kick us off in just a moment. Alderman Laspada, go ahead.
Thank you so much. The trickling in first order for the second half. Chief Snelling, great to be with you. I, off the bat, cannot say enough about the great work of my districts for the 14th district, for the 12th district. Kind of like a lot of alders, we've had a rotating cast for our commanders, but each one has filled admirably the shoes of their predecessor. So I'm really grateful for that.
Thank you. That's good to know. Thank you, sir.
Yes, indeed, sir. I guess I'll start from the top. So like when we're looking at our overtime costs for CPD, I know that we have 100 million budgeted, but in 2023, our actual number that we have listed, it includes the supplemental earning, was 200 million. In 2022, it was 192 million. There hasn't been a year in the past 5 that we were under 130 million for overtime. And I just wanted to ask, do you feel like this is an accurate number for our overtime, or is it one that we feel doomed to exceed in a way? Doomed is a harsh word, but is it very likely that we exceed this? And what would you think is a more accurate number?
When you say exceed, do you mean exceed the expenditure of this year?
I think so, sir. I think that the past 5 years informs us that we're quite likely to go over 100 million unless there's some other way of thinking about this.
Well, sir, I can always tell you that there's always a great possibility of something like that because of some unexpected events that could occur where we need to utilize overtime in some spaces. However, what I will tell you is this: we're going to be a lot more fiscally responsible with this coming budget. We're looking at day off cancellations and mandatory day off cancellations, which I've put an end to a few weeks back when I took office. And what we're looking for in the future is to just assess what we're getting for that overtime. Now, there are going to be times where we're absolutely going to have to use overtime, right? There are times, because we have a lot of huge events that occur, especially during the summer, and we need that manpower out there to make sure that we have those locations covered so that we can keep our city safe. As you know, we get the Air and Water Show, we have NASCAR now, and we have the Democratic National Convention coming up, which is another thing. Mm-hmm. With the spark and protests and these pop-up protests that are occurring, again, these are things that we can't account for, that it's possible we may need to do extensions of tour to make sure that we have that manpower.
I don't doubt you, sir, and I just want to make, I'm glad for the fiscal responsibleness we're talking about. On that front, I'm glad that we have the 50 million additional coming to provide for those DNC needs. I wanted to ask further down the line, it's item 3321 under areas district, kind of what feels like the bulk of the policing that our neighbors experience in the streets. In this area, we have a head count that is at 9402, but that's down from 9696 the previous year in terms of personnel within that district's space. It's concerning to me because it feels most relevant to the police presence that our neighbors experience in the streets. Is there a reason to be concerned? How do we see this decrease in personnel? What may the impact of that look like for our districts?
So again, a decrease in personnel has occurred throughout the department in all districts. And that decrease was a result of the past 3 years, the mass exodus, COVID, the riots, the civil unrest, and then just the anti-police feeling on the part of the officers who decided that it was time to leave. Now, what we need to do is make sure that we do a good job, a better job of bringing in more people to the department. We have positions that are unfilled that we do need to fill.
Oh, I
and we're
won't make
working
you,
on that.
I will not make you restate it, sir. You did make the case for that. I was just curious, vacancies notwithstanding, it looks like we're budgeting for fewer officers in that space. Is that accurate? Is that an accurate understanding?
I can't say that we're budgeting for fewer officers. We know that we've switched out some positions. As a matter of fact, if, Ryan Fitzsimmons could probably answer that question a
Okay,
little better.
thank you, sir.
Hi, Alderman. Ryan Fitzsimons, Deputy Director. So I'm assuming you're looking at page 196 of the Aldermanic book. Is that accurate?
Correct, sir. Yes.
So what you're seeing there is in 2023, the appropriation was for 9,696. So what we've done is that's including everything. That's including vacancies. That's including leaves. That's including people who are actually here. So when we went through and we kind of looked at what we were trying to do, you're going to see that some of those got turned into field training officers. Some of those positions got turned into sergeants, which most of those two title codes all stayed within the Bureau of Patrol. And then the basically what you're seeing is the impact of all the effects that the superintendent was speaking about.
I mean, I guess, sir, if I was going to ask the question most bluntly, the way our neighbors would ask is, do we feel like this will lead to fewer beat officers being detailed and assigned in our districts?
No, it's like I could spend it. If you look here, it's what you're budgeting, right? And if I decided to budget all of my money in one pool and I knew I wouldn't spend it, that's not good budgeting. So what this is doing is it's bringing our budget more in alignment with reality, where you're looking at what is actually in the districts, and that is helping us kind of move the department into a more modern era.
That is a helpful way of looking at it. I appreciate that. I would ask if you would say the same thing, because I was going through and I see similar decreases in headcount in the traffic section from 278 down from 321, narcotics and vice 248 down from 287, gang intelligence 109 down from 159. Are we talking about it the same way, or are we just trying to be realistic with our head count, or what accounts for those changes?
Yeah, it's a similar thing. We're adjusting vacancies that we've accrued over years, and we're coming back into alignment where we need to go. So what this is doing is it's putting resources back where we want to go. So if you look, we're putting more money into forensics. So if you look on page 203, our evidence and recovered property section, we're fully going in on investigations so we can make sure that we are going after, for example, we had 30 evidence technicians there. Essentially what those people are doing is we have switches where you're generating a large number of shell casings, which we need more sworn officers to address that problem, which we're seeing in the past few years.
No, I hear that, sir. I did see a lot of shift towards the administrative support side of things. So I appreciate what's happening there. I had one other question, I suppose, that will work for my round one. Just sign me up for the round two in advance. Knowing that we're seeing those shifts, knowing that we're trying to be accurate with our head count, we also want to make sure that we're using our officers' time as effectively as possible, particularly combating violent crime, robberies being the top concern for the 14th and 12th district neighbors that I represent. I did want to talk about briefly how we're proceeding then with traffic stops. So we know in 2022, we had just over 500,000 traffic stops, which was a 35% increase over 2021. But curiously, for both 2021 and 2022, about 67% of those represent non-moving violations. Only about 2% were for speeding, for DUI, for reckless driving. I wanted to know if you could share why this is a philosophy of policing that we lean so strongly into when it feels like a small percentage of these cases actually are resulting in arrests and contraband.
So here's what I can tell you. What I can tell you is what my strategy is moving forward. My strategy moving forward is not just using traffic stops as a barometer to determine how effective we are in policing, but the type of traffic stops that we're making or the type of traffic missions and the purpose for those things. The purpose for a traffic mission should be to change the behavior of bad drivers. That's number one. And then the focus on traffic stops, because one of the major issues that we have, as you mentioned, are robberies. And a lot of these robberies are occurring with crews who are driving around in stolen vehicles. So our focus, that in and of itself is a traffic stop. The fact that we will pull someone over because we know or we have reason to believe that they're in a stolen vehicle. So we're looking to make our traffic stops constitutionally based on reasonable articulable suspicion or probable cause. Our focus should be on the violent crimes and to change the behavior of those dangerous drivers out there who are not following traffic signals.
On or off mic, I look forward to continuing that conversation with you, and thank you very much, Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Alderman LaSpada. Alderman Nugent.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon, Superintendent. And
How are you, ma'am?
all right, you got the A squad after lunch here.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, I wanted to follow up on something that Chairman Dahl had brought up this morning, and she had mentioned the National Guard, and I sort of wanted to take it on a different angle, recognizing that you inherited the new arrival crisis at all your districts and are working with the shelters as well. Is it safe to say you'd welcome working with the National Guard if they were assisting in the shelters, because they are trained to work with folks in emergencies and in times like this versus contract employees that might not have that experience?
Well, when it comes to any humanitarian crisis, we would accept all the help that we could get as long as we knew that that help was going to be effective and focused on a particular thing. So if we know that we were focusing on housing, moving the migrants into some type of shelter, and we got help with that movement and the housing itself, yeah, we would welcome that, especially in light of the districts being filled with migrants who are very down on their luck. This has our officers are paying a heavy toll psychologically with this, seeing this on a daily basis. So, and I'm sure you've been by some of our districts.
I have.
And you see how it looks out there.
I do. And it's my understanding, just in past work too, like we have a history of working with the Guard through COVID and other events. The police have worked with the Guard in the past, correct? Okay, thank you. I wanted to go back to the helicopters. I know we've spent a lot of time talking about them today. Help me here. Here's what I'm struggling with, and maybe folks that specialize in constitutional policing can help me too. When I go through the consent decree, I see several paragraphs, 168, 169, 170, 171, 548, that deal with foot pursuit. But when it comes to pursuing a vehicle, and maybe I'm dusty, but I don't see the amount of paragraphs. Do we have a huge section in the consent decree that talks about vehicular pursuits?
Well, Chief Navalis, if you want to answer that question.
Chief Navalis, Office of Constitutional Policing and Reform. No, we do not have the paragraphs that address that.
Okay, so here's where I'm struggling. I have 9 beats in the 39th Ward. People are distraught that they feel like folks that cause harm and are up to no good cannot be chased. We don't have to, sounds like I've gotten confirmation from your folks that we don't have a huge component of the consent decree dedicated to vehicular pursuit. Yet we've taken this policy through, is it general order?
Yes, there's a general order on vehicle pursuits, yes.
So we have this general order that really, I believe, limits the Chicago Police Department's ability to pursue through vehicle. And contemporaneously, we have no helicopters. So what is the plan, and what do we do between now and 2024 with no helicopters and, to my understanding, no vehicular pursuit policy? And I know that we're probably going to say, well, we're going to use PODs and LPRs and run them through SDSC, but it's not working. It's not working enough. So what do we do?
So here's the, and let me just explain the pursuit policy. We can pursue, but officers have to apply the balancing test.
Sure.
And oftentimes, depending on the location, time of day, number of people who are on the street, and we have to look at the vehicle that's being pursued. And now we weigh that balancing test. Here's what happens. If that pursuit ends in an accident where someone's hurt, injured, the liability on the officer, the liability on the city is huge. And we could have 3 or 4 of these incidents where we could have purchased 2 helicopters
Sure.
in payouts. Now, in the meantime, what we're going to do is utilize everything the best that we can. When we have our helicopters working, we do have them up, and they've been very effective. Moving forward, that's why we've been pushing to try to build upon our fleet, because that air support is very helpful. What we can't do right now is just decide to completely just go into vehicle pursuits, because the officers are not only does this become a civil issue, but it becomes an internal issue where the officer could now lose his or her job because they're being investigated by COPA, another body.
Sure, I guess, but we can probably agree that this isn't a good situation to be in.
I agree,
where
yes.
We're not able to pursue and we don't have helicopters. So in that vein, recognizing that we have some major events that are coming up in the next year before Q4 2024, is it possible for us to pursue an MOU or an intergovernmental agreement with another municipality that has the air capabilities that we could work with for the course of the year?
Well, this is what we're doing right now. We do get some help from the county. We also get some help from the state. As a matter of fact, I'll have Deputy Chief, Acting Chief DeVries talk about that.
Hi, good afternoon. Acting Chief DeVries for the Bureau of Counterterrorism. Yeah, we currently are in good relationship with the DEA and also with DHS. They give us their helicopter when it's available. So usually we do have a helicopter from one of them when they're available.
How many do they have?
DHS has 4 and DEA has 6.
DHS 4 for Region 5 or for Chicago?
No, for Region 5.
Okay, which is how many states?
It's the Midwest, so I'm not sure how many states exactly.
Okay, and then DEA has how many
6.
for Region 5
No, total.
for the country?
Yes, correct. That's what I believe.
So we're at a significant deficit.
But we also have the state police as a flat wing that they'll put up for us too. There has to be advanced notice on that, but they put that up as well. So we do have alternatives when ours are down. And I don't want everybody to think that ours are down all the time. They're down frequently because of the age. So when they are down, we do reach out for the federal help and for the state help.
So is Detroit part of our urban area? Who's handling UASC for us?
That would be Ryan Fitzsimon.
So Deputy Director Ryan Fitzsimons, so I liaise with PSA, who handles our grants day in, day out. Natalie Gutierrez and Tomas Mulliwen, they're extremely helpful in helping us secure the resources we need. Dan Casey, who also works for PSA.
No, I know them all. I'm just asking if Detroit's part of our, not to interrupt you, but I'm just asking if they're part of our urban area and could we piggyback with them?
No, we are not. They are not.
So I bring all this up because I'm upset. I'm disappointed. I look at people in CAPS meetings all the time and say, I'm so sorry. But that's ridiculous. I'm happy to work with you guys to figure out how we work some type of agreement with a municipality that has more resources than us. I don't understand why those municipalities have more resources than us. I believe we're the 3rd largest urban area in America. I think per Natalie yesterday, we received the 2nd largest UASC grant in the country after New York, I want to say. Is that right? Anybody in the box? No? Is that right, Dan? This is just ridiculous. We're supposed to be getting the DNC, and we don't have a policy that we're not chasing through a vehicular policy. I understand the reasons why you say that. It's frightening to me because the consent decree is also supposed to be our North Star, and we don't have that directive out of the consent decree. I'm just incredibly frustrated.
So and I agree with you, especially as the second largest metropolitan police department in the country. Yep, that's why we're advocating for these things. However, I will tell you. I will tell you that when it comes to this, it's incredibly frustrating for our officers. And the consent decree, when we talk about things like that being in the consent decree, usually what we see in the consent decree are changes to the way that we do things. And sometimes that puts limitations on what we're doing or the way that we do things. I think a healthy conversation about this would be extremely helpful, because it's more nuanced than just that, because there are a lot of bodies. There's a lot of oversight when it comes to those vehicle pursuits that could affect our officers and their employment.
No, I respect that. I think we probably need to evaluate how we're going to move until we have aerial assets operational. Because quite frankly, we've been talking about this for years and years, and our communities are suffering right now, and they feel like there's no consequences for bad behavior. And folks are demoralized. They're victims of carjackings. They're getting guns pulled on them in the morning while somebody steals their catalytic converter. It's just, it's ridiculous. I recognize that this beeped. I'm going to take 2 more seconds, Madam Chair. I'd like to talk to you offline a little bit more about this. 2 points I do want to make so that I don't need to take up around 2 is I do appreciate your strong position on Oath Keepers, and I think that's critically important. And I also just want to mention very quickly that I am surrounded by some really tremendous people in the 39th Ward who are just tirelessly dedicated, and that's and Commanders Alvarez, Beyer, and Daniels, and I would be remiss if I did not thank them today. So that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Superintendent. Thanks, everybody in the box.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Nugent. Next, we're going to have Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez, followed by Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Superintendent.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm okay. I want to start by asking about ShotSpotter technology. A number of us have been trying to move away from using technologies that have been reported to not be effective. We have looked at several reports that assert that ShotSpotter might not be a very efficient technology because of the results that it have yielded. There is a report from the Chicago's Inspector General from 2021 that details how ShotSpotter might not be good technology to use. I want to better understand what are the protocols in place to evaluate the efficacy of technologies that we invest money in when it comes to CPD. And I think ShotSpotter is a good example, but I'm sure that there are other technologies. So I would like to be able to understand, how do we evaluate the efficacy of technologies that we're using?
Well, we need to assess the effectiveness of that technology, and we can assess that through determining how our officers are getting to jobs, what kind of information are those officers armed with prior to getting to those jobs, and then afterwards, how effective was the technology in the officer getting the job done. When it comes to our technology, and it doesn't have to just be sound detection technology, our LPRs, our SDSC rooms, our ATC rooms. What I would say to anyone, if you really want to get a true understanding of how that technology works, I would be more than happy to have our analysts take anyone in this room through that technology to have a better understanding of how that technology works and how effective or ineffective it is. One of the things that I would tell you is this: there are a lot of times from outside We have people who look at reports, and it's just simple as that. They'll look at a report and they come up with a finding of what they believe based on those reports. I would say to anyone, stop in and see how that technology works, and then make a decision on what you believe about that technology. Find out what it does. And from that point, I think we can all make better judgments. It's kind of like a conversation I had with someone this morning about seeing a child that's shot. We hear it on the news, and it sounds tragic, but to actually see it, it's a whole different ball game. So when you're out in front of it and you get to see it and you get to see how it's made, I think you'll have a better understanding of how it works.
Superintendent, but we have systems in place for us as a body to make decisions, and we have to be evidence-based, right? If I am seeing that a mechanism that we're using is being evaluated and it's not yielding the results that it should be yielding, we need to be able to use that data and that information to make decisions in terms of how we invest. I can go and I can see how, or I can go and look at the device, I can go and look at how it works, but that gives me a tiny insight. I need to see the big picture and how and what results we're getting from this. So I am happy to talk more about this offline, but I do want to be able to understand how do we choose the technologies that we choose, and how do we constantly evaluate if they are working or not. Because I wouldn't be able to make a decision about something just by going and taking a tour, I don't think that is how we need to be making decisions. I want to talk about Oath Keepers. We had a hearing, I believe that it was in February of this year with the last administration. And we talked about, it was a very frustrating hearing actually. And we were told that there were around 13 officers that could be potentially involved with Oath Keepers. The names were not accessible, so investigation was closed. Now investigation is open. Can you walk me through why was the investigation reopened? And I think I heard somebody mention the number 9 in terms of officers that we believe that could be affiliated. Is this associated with those 13 that we talked about in the last hearing? And if we have that amount of officers, I don't think that it is impossible that there are more officers involved. So I want to be able to better understand why the investigation was reopened and how did we get to 9 out of 13.
So what I'll do is I'll turn this over to the chief of BIA, who can explain to you how that investigation is unfolding.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Chief Yolanda Talley of the Bureau of Internal Affairs. So when the investigation originally came about, we did not have the names of the officers. There was another officer that had an ongoing investigation that we closed out. Last week, we received the list of names and we immediately initiated a log number. The reason it went from 13 to 9 is because some of these officers retired a while ago. So right now, we just have this ongoing active investigation into the 9 for alleged membership in the Oath Keepers.
So for the officers that have already retired, do we look into the records of these officers and how their involvement in this white supremacist organizations could have impacted their work?
Well, that would be part of the investigation.
And is there anything that can be done after an officer retires in terms of benefits or anything like that, if we do find out that there was misconduct?
No.
So we see how important it is that we investigate these issues. I think that we have a lot of problems with distrust in our communities, particularly our Black and Brown communities in the city of Chicago. And this is it's heartbreaking to know that there are people in the force that belong to these organizations and that are actively engaging with organizations that hate our communities. It's scary, and we need to know that that is not going to happen. How are we prepared to prevent that from happening again? How are we prepared to intervene, to detect when there are officers that are engaging with these kinds of organizations?
Well, actually, we have a draft policy that we had input from the commission that we're going through. We're looking at the best practices from other departments across the country that we can include in this policy to make sure we prevent and get ahead of any future incidents and allegations of white supremacist organization in the Chicago Police Department.
I think I read on the news about the current contract and how are we going to manage the list of organizations that are considered hate groups by the police department and that officers can or cannot belong to. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I can't talk a bit about that because the policy is still in draft and we need to determine how we're going to categorize these hate groups for the department.
So I think what I read is that that it would not be made public. I understand that it's a draft. I do want to make sure that the public has access to what kind of organizations we're talking about. Superintendent, you have said that you are in support of treatment, not trauma, which is a policy that I have been pushing for the last 4 years now. The possibility of having a model of mental health crisis response in the city of Chicago, response and care, has yielded really good results in other cities. And I have talked to heads of police departments in other cities that said that it has impacted their departments positively because it has shortened the time of response for officers. I wanted to know your thoughts in terms of how a model like this could help your department.
It's actually something I've been pushing since I stepped into this role. If our officers, because oftentimes our officers go to calls that are of a non-criminal nature, but someone is calling because someone is in crisis, right? They're suffering from a mental episode, and they need help. We're not looking to lock those people up or take them to jail. Those people need help. And if we can get someone to that call that's not in uniform, that frees our officers up to handle more violent crimes and to focus on robberies and things of that nature, while we now have someone who's qualified to actually maybe diagnose that person at the scene and recognize what they need and then get them the help that they need. So we don't want to show up as the police in these situations and have a situation escalate where our officers are not necessarily trained, even though we do have CIT trained officers. But if we can get someone to handle that job who's a clinician, or someone who has the background for it, it frees up our officers from that job. It gets that person the help that they actually need, and nobody's traumatized in this situation.
Thank you so much for that response. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Did you want a round two at all?
Yes, please.
Okay, you got it. Next we have Alderman Wagasbeck, followed by Alderman Martin.
Superintendent, I'm on the same side over here. How are you?
I'm good, Alderman. How are you, sir?
Very good, thank you. Superintendent, you've tried to address a lot of the issues I think that Alderman brought up today. I think I share a lot of the same concerns and issues. You know that in our area, we've had 14, 19, 18, a lot of issues with carjackings, armed robberies, to the point where it's, you know, the frustration level every day of trying to keep up with how many there are is you know, it's kind of beyond the pale of what we've experienced in the past. So I just hope you can continue to work with the commanders as you are and try to change the situation for the better. And I trust that you guys will do that. On some policy issues from what I've been hearing from some officers, things like temp plates, tinted windows, you know, some of the vehicle issues that we've been seeing. how do you address it in your policy team when we have state laws like the tinted window law that was changed a few years ago to allow for much more tint, or to not enforce these templates? How does that play into an officer's day-to-day on the street where they see these kind of vehicles, and maybe ones that they're responding to calls on?
Well, it could be problematic at times. However, if we know that the law doesn't allow us to step into that realm to stop a vehicle, then we shouldn't be doing it. It's that simple. I mean, I know that there are those who believe that it kind of handcuffs the police, is the term that people use. However, if it is the law, then we should be following the letter of that law.
Okay. And then just kind of going through a couple things. I believe that technology is a great asset to almost any department, whether it's BACP, Streets and Sand, Police Department. I think I would just advocate for trying to get this helicopter issue addressed. I heard somebody mention Department of Law today, but we were hearing from procurement that it was a police issue, and it's sort of a lot of finger pointing going on. And I think if we can help to finalize this issue, make sure that we have the assets that we need long-term, I think that any of us are willing to help with that, including, I saw that you have a budget for drones, or at least through maybe OEMC, and moving into that direction. I think obviously technology does not make arrests, but it can definitely help with a lot of the situations. So I hope you continue down that path. And then I think it was Alderman Taliaferro earlier brought up the auxiliary police, and or something similar to that, bringing officers back. When we had D-Case up earlier, we were talking about the number of festivals and events that take place in the city. And I know that at least in, I think, the 19th district, 14th district, we've tried to reduce the number of events over the years that I've been alderman, to reduce in part the impact on the community, but also the impact on the district officers who have to be at those events. Do you think an auxiliary or something like that would be helpful just for those types of concerns?
Well, what I'll tell you about a lot of these events, in a lot of major events, they hire their own security, which has been helpful for the police department not to have to use manpower at those events. So I would say that there has to be some level of cost when police presence is needed to keep an event safe.
Yeah.
If they are not providing their own security, what would be really helpful is if these event planners were they hired their own private security to handle those issues.
Required to hire them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that would be very helpful to us.
All right. I think that's something that we as aldermen can work on in these special event packages, because a lot of times they come, and you know how they have, well, you're supposed to get it in 45 days before. We get some of these that come in and say 20 days before, like, oh, I'm sorry, I just had to put the package in, but we don't have time to hire. And then our officers get stuck having to make sure they do the rounds in there. So I'll look into that and make sure that.
Yes, because when that happens, then we have to plan around that event, and then we have to assign officers, and it's a huge strain on our police department.
I think finally, when we're looking at assessing the numbers of officers in districts, I know it's an annual thing that we come up and say we all need officers. So I hope the assessment process goes well and it's open, and, what you land on for those assessments is something that we, can trust in you to do the right way. I know we will. But other than that, I think I just want to thank you, all your staff, and then certainly every member of the force who works to protect this city, and especially under these tough circumstances that we find ourselves under over the last several years. Just appreciate all that work and hope you continue to do well in this position that you're in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alderman Wackenbeck. Alderman Martin, I apologize. I didn't see Alderman Beal in the room, so it's going to be Beal, Rodriguez, and then you.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Superintendent, I just have one question and I'm done. Are you familiar with the cop house?
Yes, I am.
All right. Are you in favor of the cop house?
Yes, I am.
All right. All right. The cop house is, for my colleagues that don't know, we passed the cop house, I think it was 48-0 in committee. That was a order for the superintendent at the time under Superintendent Brown. It was an order that he ignored to get the cop house off the ground. Now, the cop house is it's a new concept of crime fighting in our community. I was able to secure the funds to pay for the cop house at no cost to the city of Chicago. It's totally privately funded. This is, I think, will be the first. Racine, Wisconsin has 6 cop houses that's funded by S.C. Johnson, who is also funding my cop house. S.C. Johnson bought Method, so they're the largest employer, largest corporation in the country right now. And they're funding this. And if it works, we can grow it in other communities. But it's been held up for 5 years. 5 years, it's been held up. And so I'm hoping under your leadership, your guidance, your direction, we're ready to move forward with the cop house. We already have the house, we're ready to go, but we just need the police to get on board so we can get this thing done, so we can help you fight crime in our communities.
Let's talk as soon as possible.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. Alderman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 45 questions. No, just a couple. Thank you so much for being here, Soup. Just wanted to ask you a question in regards to the 400 civilians or so. I did hear a couple of my colleagues bring them up earlier. I'm not sure if I understood, so I wanted to re-ask the question about what type of positions are these 400 civilians taking over, and how you believe that'll impact crime rates in our city.
So there are several positions that we would be using non-sworn. One of the things that we talked about was rehiring retired expertise to bring into the training academy. So if we're looking at civilianizing a large portion of the training academy, this frees up to the need to have sworn members assigned to the academy. That puts more officers on the street. Also our TREAD division, where our officers are reviewing body-worn cameras, uses of force, to bring a civilian aspect to that, that level of oversight. So there are multiple positions there for that. We're also looking at technology, right? Bringing in people who have expertise in certain levels of technology. That's going to help us. That's going to help the civilian employees on the job support our officers in the work that they're doing right now currently. The other thing is just having that those civilian employees amongst us. It creates a better environment for the officers. So it's not just officers working with officers, it's officers working with civilians, so that we have a better understanding of the community. Community has a better understanding of us. So it shows that we can work in partnership with people who are not sworn members.
And how many of those 400 are going to the training academy?
Angel Navales, Chief Navales?
Chief Navales, Office of Constitutional Policing and Reform. What we're looking at is adding 100 training officers to the Education and Training Division.
Okay, and that's the biggest part, probably these 400, and the rest are just spread out in different positions.
Alderman, my apologies if I misspoke. It's 100 positions.
Yes, but there's about 400 new civilian positions, 100 of which will be dedicated towards the training academy. I'm assuming that that's the largest part of those 400, and the rest of the 300 are spread throughout the various.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Yes.
And that's what I was trying to get at.
Yes.
A couple more items. One, just on detectives, as I understand it, we've had a number of promotions. I'm just curious when those promotions have occurred and if we've seen any uptick or measurable indicators of success after the increase or after those promotions.
So you mean the promotions that we've had?
Yes. of detectives. I believe there's around 70 that just have been, according to the COFA analysis that's been.
Based on the detectives,
Yes.
the promotion of detectives.
Yes, sir.
We can go to Chief or City, the Chief of Detective Division.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Antonetter City Chief, Bureau of Detectives. Thank you for your question. Yes, we did add detectives this year. I think one of the benchmarks that maybe is going to highlight the work that's happening with those additional personnel is right now our clearance rate percentage is the highest that it's been since 2014. And we've been seeing that these additional personnel are now able to use the resources that we're talking about and looking to expand with this budget. And to get the support from civilians, we think as we add more detectives, it's going to help us be able to have our detectives focus entirely on complete and thorough investigations and reduce the caseload that those detectives are handling. And I think that's also going to drive up the clearance rates.
There was a lot of campaigning on the Murrow and Aldermanic Trail about increases in detectives as a solution or as a means to address crime in our community. If our residents don't believe that crime will be resolved, they are much less likely to pick up the phone and help solve. It's a cyclical problem, in my humble opinion. And I think that I'm very interested in looking at these promotions, the increases in detectives, to see that our investigations are more fruitful and leading towards more holistic policing that potentially deters crime as well.
So,
yes, sir.
Alderman, I'm sorry, and you're
Please.
100% right. And just to go a little further with that, what I can tell you about Chief First City, she's also increased the FLO, the Family Liaison Program, in dealing with families who have been affected by violent crimes, family members that are lost to homicides, things of that nature. What we plan to do is to make sure that all of our detectives get the training they need to now bring more comfort to the families, follow up on investigations, rather they have a breakthrough in the case or not, but just to keep those families abreast of what's going on. When that happens, and that is what's going to build that trust that you're talking about, there's going to get more information flowing into us. So that's the plan, and that's why we need to work in lockstep with the community. So I do appreciate that, yes.
Yeah, and whether the issue is, so we've had some wonderful engagement at the local level with civilians and DCOs, et cetera. This increased focus that I'm seeing in this community relationship is really understanding how we deter violence, how we prevent violence, how we keep people safe. It's all in relation to our community members and their trust in policing and their ability to pick up that phone call and make that call and feel confident that that call will result in something they want to see. And that's more strategic presence and better results. And, whether it's, the gang violence issue that we see in the Little Village, North Lawndale precincts that I have and the engagement that we've seen there on prevention efforts, or if it's the sex trade happening along Cicero Avenue. I gotta give credit. Glenn Brooks was out there with me yesterday. We had about 100 neighbors on a couple different blocks over on Cicero and 49th up there. And it's that kind of policing that I think works, proactive policing, building relationships. But then also, we need to make sure that residents can be assured that there will be presence when it's most needed. And there will be accountability when it's most needed. This issue of accountability is an important one for me as well. I'm a firm believer that the vast majority of our police are trying to do great work, and they're great partners of ours. We got to make sure that we work with them and make sure that your profession is honored by also holding folks accountable when they need to be held accountable. So I just wanted to get on my soapbox there. Thank you so much for your presence. I appreciate the job you're doing so far. You got some great people you're working with that I've worked for a long time with. So looking forward to continue working with you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alderman Rodriguez. We are next with Alderman Martin, followed by Alderman Vasquez.
Hi, good afternoon, Superintendent. Good to see you.
How are you, Alderman?
I'm doing well, thanks.
I had a question for the first day of budget hearings that the budget team suggested I pose to you and your team, specifically around overtime. Over the last number of years, I think we've been consistently budgeting $100 million, but for lots of obvious reasons, it's been going up consistently above 100. I think in 2020, it was $169 million, 2021 was 130, 2022, 192 million. And then I think there was reporting this year that it was 126 just through the first 6 months. So I was hoping you could discuss why 100 million is in here for the next fiscal year, and any relevant changes, processes that you and your team are putting in place to get us as close to that $100 million figure as possible.
Well, the assessment of what happened this year, right? We need to go back and look and see where we spent the most money. There were a lot of day off cancellations. There were mandatory day off cancellations that we're looking at. Some of that I've already put into. We also need to look at voluntary overtime initiatives to make sure that we're getting the best bang for the buck, so to speak, when it comes to that. We need to make sure that when we're utilizing overtime, that it's effective, and it's effective for everyone. It's effective in crime fighting. So there are places where we can cut. We've identified a lot of places where we can cut overtime, and we're going to continue that. Now, obviously, there are a lot of things that are unforeseen that can happen, especially in this city. With what we're seeing now with the uptick in protests, with the conflict that's going on right now, we're seeing those things. With the Democratic National Convention coming up, we know that we're going to have some challenges with overtime where we are going to have to cancel days off, but there's going to be plenty of notice when that happens. We're going to look at extensions of tour. We saw that there may have been some waste there when it comes to extensions of tour of duty within the districts. So that's something that we're going to cut back on. Each district commander will get a budget. And when that district commander gets his or her budget, they will be responsible for staying within that budget. Anything that's outside their budget, they're going to be held accountable for, so they will be responsible for maintaining their own budget. This gives some autonomy back to each district commander and the level of responsibility to make sure that their budgets are kept under wraps. So right now, we're going to do everything that we can to be fiscally responsible to make sure that we get as close to that number as possible.
Thank you. I next wanted to ask about a modest item. This is about the increase in domestic violence advocacy positions. I think this is perhaps part of the broader initiative to civilianize certain positions. Current fiscal year, we've got 4 in the book, going up to 25. I was hoping you or someone on the team could provide a little bit more gloss around what the role is of these advocates, why the department thinks the increase can be helpful, and where they will be working geographically. If due to this increase, we're talking about a person in each district, or if they're more centrally located in an area or headquarters.
Chief Navalis, would you want to answer that, or someone else?
Absolutely, sir. I'll start, and Director Brooks, tasked with the Office of Community Policing, will go a little more into the weeds. So what we're looking at is adding 22 crime victims advocates. And what we want that group to do is to respond to non-fatal gunshots, to ensure that the resources necessary, the resources the city could leverage, are applied to those victims, right? We want to deal with the trauma. The other is going to increase 22 domestic violence advocates, and it's essentially do the same thing, but for victims of crimes that have a domestic nexus to them. As you can see, the numbers are 22. Our goal is to ensure that there is at least one of each addressing the issues in 22 of our districts. How they're going to be dispersed, I will turn that over to Director Brooks.
Good afternoon, Director Glenn Brooks, Office of Community Policing. So one of the things that we've been looking at over the last couple of years is how do we better care for the victims besides just looking for the bad guy or the offender. One of our objectives here is to provide more direct services to that victim. Many victims of domestic violence aren't ready to pursue the criminal side of the case, but are willing to receive help. We are looking for ways and avenues to better service that victim. One of the things that we want to do, and it's been bared out, is building trust requires us to really focus on providing the most service to the community and the victims of those crimes. So we are really looking here to bolster that ability. We currently have domestic violence officers in our districts, but we're going to enhance that with advocates who are civilian, who are better able to work and coordinate with our community-based partners to provide services for those individuals who find themselves in that situation.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'd request through the chair if there's been a posting in recent years around this. I would just love to learn a little bit more about for the 4 or so positions that are currently in place, what the scope of responsibilities are, and whether it's a job posting or something else in terms of the description. I think that would be helpful as we make sure that moving forward, we're working collaboratively with them, given the increase in, unfortunately, the number of DV calls that are coming both to 911, but especially to the DV hotline.
We can get that to you.
Thank you. I have a few, in the interest of time, through the chair requests. In terms of the position code for contractual services, it's all contractual services, 3 in total. So one is 0140, professional and tech services. Just curious why the increase in 1.2 million year over year through the chair. The second 0157, it's for rental of equipment and services, approximately $2 million increase. Curious what that's going towards. And then third and lastly, 0169, technical meeting costs, a $2 million increase. Don't need to belabor that right now, but through the chair would be great. Wanted to shift gears to the consent decree. In the most recent semi-annual report, there were 3 areas that were highlighted in the executive summary that needed improvement. One, we've discussed ad nauseum, both today and previously, around an adequate number of sworn and unsworn personnel. A second item concerns data collection and transparency. I was hoping could get some insights in terms of, from a budgetary standpoint, where that work is housed in here, and if we're looking at an increase in positions to help address this, or just drilling down using the existing positions, how we're looking to address that collection of issues, data related.
We'll go to Chief Angel Lavales for that question.
Well, so thank you very much, Alderman, Chief Angel Lavales, Constitution and Policing Reform. So as you know, in our efforts to attempt to achieve operational compliance, we are going to have to collect data and information to prove that we have the policies in place, that the training has been implemented, and that we're actually doing it out in the field and doing it correctly. In order to do so, we have to ensure that we have the positions in place to collect that data and have the systems in place to collect that data. The reason being is that currently we have multiple systems. Sometimes the data doesn't reconcile, so we have to ensure that we have that in place. So one of the things that we're looking to do is have our very own internal group, and what we're looking to have on here is going to be, a team that collects that data, analyzes that data, makes recommendations for us to be a self-correcting agency, and also assist us in writing accurate reports so we can report out to the public so they can see our progress as we continue down this road of the consent decree.
And so I'm looking at page 216 in the recommendations. It's Office of Constitutional Policing and Reform. Is that where you think the majority of the work would be housed in the budget as compared to, say, the Research and Development Division?
So it's all part of constitutional policing. So we'll have areas in research and development, and we will be standing up our own unit to collect that data and analyze that data.
Got it.
Yeah.
And then my last question is about the third and final issue in terms of challenges that the monitor had identified, which was around supervision deficiencies as they understood it. And I don't want to get into all the details that they were talking about, but I am curious what updates there are in terms of that 10-to-1 ratio in terms of patrol officers to supervisors, how that ongoing work has been.
Want to go to Chief McDermott for that one?
Good afternoon, Alderman. Brian McDermott, Chief Patrol. Thanks for that question. So back in 2022, we did roll out our unit command span of control model to the 6th district. We did have some operational hurdles that we had to overcome. During the meantime, we worked with the independent monitor to come up with a new model to remove those barriers, which we believe we're going to be able to roll this out at a much faster pace in 2024. In October, we did roll out the model to the 4th district. And in January of 2024, we're going to be rolling out the model to the 7th district. Why, Chair, may I ask one quick follow-up question? And I don't need a round two. Why those 3 districts? Just curious to start. I'm not sure how we chose that. It was chosen in the beginning when the monitoring team first came here, the 6th district, South Side, centrally located, one of our more violent districts, higher number of police officers in that district. So we wanted to test the model in a district that had a good number of police officers. And I believe the same thing holds true for the 7th district. They're probably the top 3, both of them in the top 3 in the number of officers assigned to the district and city, be 6, 7, and 11. And then I'm not sure how we chose the 4th district. Okay. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Hatton, followed by Vice Chair Lee. Oh, okay. Okay, you were before her. Okay. Vasquez, followed by Lee.
Thank you, Chairman.
Vasquez, followed by Lee.
Got it. Thank you,
I'm
Chairman.
not confusing anybody. She said he was next, right? Okay, so he's next, followed by the vice chair.
Thank you. Okay, so I've got 3. First, thank you for your work. I actually feel really comforted by having you in the role, given how tumultuous things have been since last term. So I'm just gonna have a couple questions, mostly related obviously to budget and to accountability. Some I'll just start asking through the chair. That way it's easier because it's just data. So in 2021, this body approved a series of salary increases retroactive from 2017 on through 2025 as part of the FOB contract extension. Since the 2021 budget, which was the last budget before that extension took effect, the city's total budgeted cost for FOP positions have gone up from 994 million to 1.1 billion in this budget, a per head cost increase of about 15,000. So what we'd like is a projection of what those ongoing salary increases are going to add to the budget in 2025, or what any further extensions would add to annual cost, right? So you've got costs baked in, but as you get the increases and raises to know what that looks like. Similarly, a second question, how much are we paying yearly in retention bonuses for officers with 20+ years of service? Okay. Yeah, so if we just get that number as well.
Would you like
If you got it
the
now?
answer to that?
Sure.
Commander Rowley?
Commander Donna Rowling, Labor Relations. As of right now, we do not have an agreement with the FOP to pay retention bonuses. What we do have is an agreement to pay a $2,500 bonus. It's a one-time bonus that will be paid in the first quarter of 2024. There is no annual retention bonus.
And so for that, is that cost factored in this budget for 2024 already, or is that in addition to what's in the books?
I'm not sure. I will get that answer through the chair.
Okay, thank you. So the same contract is going to, I believe, or I might have already had increased the salary cap from 114 to 130,000. Similarly, can you give us a breakdown of how many officers have passed that old cap year over year, and what the new salaries above the old cap are going to cost the city? So just numbers, right? Thank you. All right, so the largest single appropriations increase in CPD's budget this year is 60.3 million jump in outside contracting via the professional and technical services category. That's up like 80% from the previous year. And it includes about 4.5 million from the corporate fund in addition to various grants. What major contracting expenses are you expecting in 2024 that led to the increase? And is ShotSpotter sound thinking included in that?
Hi, Ryan Fitzsimons, Deputy Director, CPD. So you're seeing that increase. A lot of that is coming from the DNC. That's 50 million right there. You're also going to see, as far as our contractual services, about 1.9 million to get us some lease vehicles for our detective division. We also are adding about 1.4 million for latent print training to make sure that we're building strong cases there within our forensics division. And we are now also budgeting for our helicopter pilot training in anticipation of getting those 2 new helicopters we've all heard so much about this year.
Okay, thank you for that.
So, Ryan, if you could you answer the ShotSpotter question?
Oh, and this is not, ShotSpotter is not, sound thinking is not within CPD's budget, it's within PSA.
Oh, PSA. Okay, thank you for that. I'll say this, you know, different folks have different takes on the helicopters, but I think we're all in agreement that procurement is not the best friend to a lot of different departments. So similarly, like having conversations about how to speed up some of the things is a very fun conversation that would be in support of. You also mentioned DNC. So as a follow-up, to the best of your ability, obviously you have to put together a plan given the amount of protesting that's going to happen. Now we have a Middle Eastern conflict, which could lead to even different kinds of protests. Is there a timeline for when you all will have a plan for DNC? I imagine it's still evolving, right?
So here's what I'll tell you. We have a plan in place now. The training has begun. We've got Deputy Chief Chris Papaioannou from the Academy. He can talk about what we're doing moving forward and how we're going to train our officers up to respond to protests and to protect people's rights to do so.
Sure.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the great question. Deputy Chief Chris Papaioannou with the Training Support Group. So with the onset of the announcement of the Democratic National Convention, the Training Support Group, in consultation with what not everybody might know, Superintendent Snelling was instrumental in the initiation, the training, and the execution of the the NATO convention in 2012. So he's very experienced in this. So we consulted with the superintendent, with Chief Novalis and Acting Chief DeVries. We got a team together, a multi-talented team, which included our policy writers, R&D, SWAT team, academy trainers, and we flew out to Anniston, Alabama, which we were able to get trained through the Center of Domestic Preparedness. They do the field force operations training, which prepares officers for these large-scale events. We got our officers back. We worked with them and we did this almost immediately when it was announced. So we created a group. The group is now being sent out to do the training, to train the trainer. While this was being prepared, we're also looking at many of our policies. We're updating our alternate tactical response reporting during coordinated multiple incident arrests and coordinated multiple arrests. We're updating all of our plans, our policies to conform with First Amendment, responsibilities and everything that's going on with that. Currently, we're working with our monitors throughout this whole process and the Center of Domestic Preparedness, where they're going to come out and we're going to train our department throughout, and they will be here overseeing the training. And several of our monitors have already been involved in other DNC events, and they're assisting us in the preparation and all the way following through up until, but we do have a plan. We will be ready. We're looking at every contingency that might happen. We're working with our outside federal partners, getting information, working with our internal partners to make sure that anything that comes up, we'll be ready for.
Yeah, I really appreciate the thoughtfulness in the answer. I appreciate the superintendent's experience for NATO conventions. I think those are good backgrounds to bring as things are happening. I'm sure you're already thinking through it, but I also add, with the migrant crisis being what it is, I don't think any of us are under the illusion that we're not going to see an exponential increase in buses once you get close to that date to like places like the United Center, McCormick Place, in ways that you want to prepare for. And I'm sure those are things you're taking into account, but thank you for that. My next question, So in the 2024 budget, right, with added police raises, we are now looking at a budget that's over $2 billion, right? Billion with a B. We've seen it go up from 1.3 to 1.5 to 1.7 to now 2 billion. Do you as superintendent feel like that you see that money on the ground, so to speak? And the reason I ask that is I've been advocating for auditing, not just the police department, but all our departments to see if those funds are actually being used effectively, because I imagine there might be money going to things that you didn't even know you're using potentially, but when you're asking for $2 billion from this body, do you feel like you're seeing those funds on the ground?
Well, here's what I'll tell you. I'm always open for everything, right? Transparency is a must. When we're allocating huge sums of money to any organization, event, whatever, we should know where that money is going and see if we're getting the best out of it. So right now, just sitting in this seat, I'll tell you, moving forward, I will make sure that I'm fiscally responsible in all of this and make sure that everybody is held accountable for making sure that happens. So once I get a little more of this under my belt and I get a better view of everything that's going on, I can actually give you a better answer to that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, when I've talked to officers on the ground, like they feel like they don't see the dollars, right? And so I think it's not something that it may sometimes feel ideological, but it's really just doing the math, right? And the math shows you what's effective and what isn't. So I appreciate that answer. Out of that $2 billion budget, annually, we see over $100 million go to police misconduct settlements. Now, I know you kind of answered some of it. I talked to a couple of the offices before in hearings. What I'm wondering is who's tracking when these cases started compared to when we're paying the settlements, right? Because if someone's saying these are from the 80s and 90s, and we've actually done reform that doesn't lead to the same kind of result, I'd love to see the data to correlate to that, right? Because if we see that it's trending downward with the newer cases, I think it's a good thing to say, right? So just wondering if there's tracking on those metrics.
Well, I have acting general counsel Scott Spears here. He can talk about that.
Good afternoon, Alderman. Acting General Counsel Scott Spears. We work with the law department to track our lawsuits and to determine whether our settlements are coming down. We also work with them, I should say, to help us trend spot and get ahead of issues that perhaps they're seeing, perhaps we're seeing. Sorry.
No, it's okay. If you could provide any of that through the chair, because like I said, I think it's just metric tracking that I'm interested in. And I would like a round two, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Vasquez. Alderman, Vice Chair Lee, followed by Alderman Hatton.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, Superintendent. How are you?
I'm good, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I at first want to say I'm really encouraged just by listening to some of the answers today that you all and you and your team have given about some of the strides you're making in terms of closing cases. Chief Rossetti, that was great to hear. And curbing the number of people jumping ship, basically. So I'm really glad to see that trend has continued with you from former Superintendent Waller. I'll probably need a round two. I'm gonna start with migrants because I think that's top of mind for a lot of folks right now. And I don't have a shelter in the 11th ward, but the 9th district is pretty regularly above 200 at this point. What do you see right now today are the biggest challenges for police officers and just sort of dealing with the number of physical people in the police districts right now?
The challenge is more mental than anything else. Just day in and day out, seeing people sleeping on the floors of the district. And then there are certain challenges that come with that also. We have to worry about people getting sick within the districts and that illness spreading throughout. So it makes our officers who are in close proximity vulnerable in that way, but they do a good job. The districts do a good job of cleaning up at times during the day that lobby area to make sure that they can contain the spread of germs and things of that nature. The other issue is just seeing that from day to day, walking in. It's a challenge to officers because there are times, especially coming from jobs that are challenging, our officers need to kind of wind down a little bit before they go to that next job. It's helpful to them mentally. And we're seeing, because we have such limited space, that officers don't have that space right now. They're doing the very best they can with what they have. They're showing some great resilience in the districts. Now, there are also issues where we have to make sure that the people within and around those districts are following the law. And we, as a police department, will police anyone in and around those districts the same way that we will police anyone in the city of Chicago. So there are a lot of challenges. Obviously, if we could find shelter for these individuals, it would be way better for our police department. It would be way better for our response if we could find some shelter and find a place to house people other than the police station.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to stick to this subject for a second, just to pick up on a couple of things you were just saying. I know that the sort of tracking journey starts at the police districts. When they get off the buses, because we've asked these questions, and they're sent to a police district, they enter into the SR system for tracking. And I think that's how a lot of these numbers are based. And just given the trouble with keeping up with the volume of people that are not just being dropped off there, but are coming back and like switching between districts, because we know that's happening as well. For those that are committing crimes that you're arresting and such, how do we keep track of people? How do we make sure that we know kind of where they are, especially if they've committed crimes that they've been arrested for?
What I'll do is I'll go to Chief McDermott for that one, and then I'll follow up.
Yeah, so Chief McDermott, Chief Patrol Brian McDermott, thank you for that question. So it's difficult to track the migrants. You know, we track them the same way we track any other arrestees. So, you know, once they get here, a lot of times we don't know where they come from, but once they do fall into the criminal justice system, we do have the opportunity to fingerprint them, and we at least have a picture of them and fingerprints on record. A lot of times we don't have a home address, but we still do have a fingerprint and a picture on file. So hope that answers your question.
And what I will tell you, though, that if we know that the person who's been arrested is one of our migrants, that information goes out and it goes up the chain. So we do know, and we are able to track to some degree more than you would think when we have members of the migrant population who are engaging in criminal activity.
Sure. And is that information also then shared with like OAMC or DFSS? Because the police stations are staging areas. Everybody's waiting for a shelter bed. And if someone's committed an assault on somebody at the station, let's say, you know, would seem to me that that would be useful information to pass along in the shelter placement process. Is that, do you know if that's happening?
Well, I know so. Deputy Chief Stephen Chung has been working really hard on this. He may be able to answer a few more questions with that.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, thank you for the question, Alderman. Deputy Chief Stephen Chung, Office of Constitutional Policing and Reform. In regards to the question, we really don't track, because of the sanctuary status and the welcoming city, the specific crimes with the migrants. I will say that OMC, in conjunction with the CPD, has been doing a really good job of being aware of certain situations, more so with the domestic incidents, and just being really aware of the victim and offender relationship in regards to placement into shelters and different facilities while our new arrivals are awaiting shelter.
Okay. So just so that I got that clearly, there's an issue with the sanctuary city status that we don't necessarily pass along certain pieces of information, but you are sharing enough so that a perpetrator and a victim are not being sent to the same shelter.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. So yesterday I asked OPSA and I asked AIS actually last week about the placement of cameras outside of police districts. Just given what you were just talking about earlier with the number of people we're keeping track, your staff are keeping track of outside, and the vulnerable nature of these populations. I know in the 9th district, we had attempted luring, someone got hit by a car. There's all kinds of stuff that's going on outside. And I'm just wondering if there's any more movement, or you're sort of, if there's been conversation about placing cameras on the outside of buildings so that there is at least another set of eyes to observe things that are going on.
If I can push that question to Dan Casey.
Good afternoon, Dan Casey. As mentioned yesterday, many of these buildings were built by Public Building Commission. We are updating their camera systems and their access control. We started with some facilities already, Public Safety Headquarters, and we will be doing all the districts. It will all go into the Genetec system, which is their single screen that they use for cameras and other types of information.
Great, thank you for that. So just so that I'm clear, we're working on it and we're working on it for all the police districts at this point.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Look at my time. Well, let's shift gears a little bit too. Graffiti and the reduction in the staff in your former unit, the counterterrorism. I think I heard earlier when Alderman Laspada asked the question that the reduction that we're seeing year to year is really more a reflection of the actual bodies that you had previously. We're not actually cutting positions. These are positions that maybe weren't filled in the previous year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's good to know. I'm wondering specifically, I've had a lot of instances of just increasing gang graffiti in the ward. And I'm wondering just how we best get to nip some of that in the bud a little bit more with our police districts. I have a great relationship with Kurt Mullinex in the 9th District. I think everybody is really overtaxed. I'm wondering how we can best sort of be a good partner in these instances. I don't know a whole lot about, gang graffiti and the pulling down of street signs. That's something that I just learned a little bit more about. But I've got a few hot spots that I'm really concerned about, as are my residents. So I'm looking for some advice and counsel on how to best approach this and who to connect with to ensure that, my constituents understand that, the police department has been responding and beyond, additional patrols here and there, what else we can do to try to move these elements out of the neighborhood.
So some of the things, and we've done this with problem buildings, businesses, we have to look at other city agencies to help out with that. And working with those other city agencies is really helpful, and working in lockstep with the police, because obviously there are certain things that we don't necessarily do, but there are other agencies that have the ability to do that. And we'll go to Director Glenn Brooks, to talk about that a little bit.
Good afternoon, Director Glenn Brooks, Office of Community Policing. Alderman, you can also, in the CAPS office, once they're made aware of it, they will work with Streets and Sand to get that immediate removal. And if necessary, particularly if it's hate crimes or gang graffitis, we will escalate it and try to have that removed within 24 hours or less.
Thanks for that. And it's a great partnership that we have with the Streets and Sanitations and CPD. I mean, the number of times we've had, especially hate graffiti, that everybody's very responsive. I just get concerned with, on a Friday of a long weekend, Friday night into Saturday morning, all of a sudden I'm not papered, but like it's plastered with new graffiti and tags that we can't really get to until the long
Feel
weekend.
free, we can get it removed over the weekend.
Absolutely. I'll get around to Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hatton, followed by Alderman, what do you call you, Alderman Swole? Alderman Seco.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks, Superintendent.
How are you, man?
I'm doing great today. A couple numerical things, and this is just to add on a through the chair request. Alderman Martin mentioned a couple of these in contractual services. There was just one more I wanted to add. I don't know which line it is, but for your dues, subscriptions, and memberships, just through the chair, info on that, just some more insight would be helpful. All of those line items had really big increases. I'm sure there's a simple explanation for it. So through the chair, that would be awesome. I wanted to maybe add my hopefulness. A lot of my colleagues have expressed gratitude and a lot of hope for your leadership in the department. I'm hoping, I know 49th Ward residents are also hoping to see some extension or expansion of the types of things that seem to be working and as far as like police activity. So I want to lift up 24th District has had some great success with arrests made around those robberies that we've seen. Commander Brennan's got a great team out of the district, and I don't know policing, so I'd say look at what they're doing And maybe just want to highlight that because it seems to be working pretty well. I want to lift up too, especially given some of the conversations and concerns people have brought up around whether it's, our civil unrest, whether it's protest, or even just kind of the heightened threats that we're seeing to vulnerable or marginalized communities, and maybe expect to see more of in the future in the 24th district. And I know my colleague might speak about this as well. But the team that works out of the district with our faith communities is also just like a great shining example of a resource working on security, working on responses, and when our members of our community have come under attack. So just want to highlight those things as, things maybe to amplify and I'd love to see throughout the city. I do have some concerns about traffic stops. So it's my understanding a lot of traffic stops had really been pushed across the city in really working on efforts to get more guns off the street. And guns off the street is excellent. But I will say that through some of our kind of, coalition partners and people who analyze the data, it doesn't seem like the traffic stops are necessarily yielding as much of the results that we want to see. But I do get complaints from members of my community, especially because a lot of the traffic stops, at least in my ward, are really targeted on like my highest concentration of Black residents and my highest concentration of poverty. And people really feel harassed there. At the same time, public drinking and open drug dealing just kind of happens without like anyone doing anything. And so I would love to see and get a better understanding too, from a citywide approach. Like, I know that, hey, open public drinking, we don't need to arrest people, but I would encourage seeing more citations or like engagement from officers to discourage that type of behavior, right? Because things have really kind of tanked since the pandemic. People are dealing with a lot more substance use, and we don't need to arrest people for it, but it would be great to have officers engaging a bit more to help us, because there's only so much we can do from kind of the ward office and some of our community partners. And similarly, I'll say we could really use some more help with parking and traffic enforcement. So in the neighborhood. So just, there are things that are happening, but I know with so many competing priorities, especially around like violent crime and gun violence, it can be difficult for the resources, but I would love to see some additional supports there. And I'll just share the other thing my constituents say they want to see a lot, which I hope we can get back to, is more of those in-person interactions with foot officers. So they're always saying, we want more beat officers. And I'm like, we have beat officers. They're just not foot officers, right? That are kind of out in the commercial districts. And I know this is the same for a lot of my colleagues. Pre-pandemic, we had some great folks, both through retirements, through injuries, through promotions, for good reasons too. We lost some of those folks that we really came to rely on and that constituents had a good relationship with. So would love to see that. And then just the last comment is I really appreciated the area meetings that were set up for us. And I look forward to that 3 times a year continuing, especially for a ward like mine, which we're contained fully in one district. I don't always have a great perspective, right, of what's happening even throughout the whole district, let alone like colleagues of mine who are in multiple districts. So I found it really helpful.
Thank you, Alderman. I'd just like to say that it's great to have those meetings because we want to get you the information of what's going on, because we know there's actually a lot of great work going on around the robberies. Obviously, we have some challenges with that, especially with the juvenile aspect of it and the repeat offenders. But we'll continue to do this because just everything that you just gave me right there, that's why we want to go to you, so that you can give that information to our officers, so that our commanders can get that information and get you the help that you need. So we want to be proactive and go to you guys before you guys have to come and find us. I think it's more helpful that way, because then we get something out of it also. We get what we need from you so that we know how to move forward. So thank you for that.
And thank you. Just those requests through the chair. That's all I've got for you. Thanks, Superintendent, to the team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Haddon. Alderman Chico, followed by Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Soup, for all the work you're doing. Thank you to the men and women in the box for all the work you do, and all members of the Chicago Police Department. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Reviewing your remarks, Superintendent, can you explain the new, or what the new Crime Gun Intelligence Center and the new DEI team will look like?
With that, if I could go to Chief or City, she might be able to give you a little more information on that.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Antonetter City Chief, Bureau of Detectives. So our Crime Gun Intelligence Center is a collaborative effort to work with our federal partners in expediting the ability to analyze and get leads back from our ballistic evidence on these scenes. So I think the most significant thing that we're going to see come out of this work, ATF has been a tremendous partner for us, is that we're going to see that we have a quicker turnaround time in being able to link the weapons that are involved with some of these offenses back to the offender, as well as any other scenes where that may have been used. And then obviously, once we start to make those connections, as we talk about our prosecutorial strategy, we're looking at wanting to enhance those charges and make sure we have a strong case. It's a really important initiative, and we're really pleased. And thank you for that question. We're happy to talk about that.
Thank you.
In terms of overtime, I was happy to see you rid tier deployment for the time being. Going into 2024, will there be a revamped tier deployment, or what's that going to look like going into?
No, there won't be a revamped tier deployment. There will be no tier deployment. The reason there won't be a tier deployment because tier deployment was an automatic day off cancellation throughout the year. So we're not going to do that. Everything that we do is going to be based on assessment and a need for overtime. So again, as I mentioned before, when we have these large scale events, the Air and Water Show, when we have NASCAR coming, the DNC, we're going to have to assess the need for manpower in those locations so that we don't pull resources from those most volatile areas where we see the biggest uptick in crime, where we have shootings and homicides, drug dealing, those types of things. We want to make sure that we have a proper allocation to keep the communities who suffer the most very safe. So there are times where we will have to do that. That will be assessed, and we will figure out the proper number to apply to those situations. So we'll continue to assess throughout so that we can be fiscally responsible, especially as it relates to overtime and officer wellness. We don't want officers working so many hours that they're so stressed out that they're not going to do the job properly. So we want to make sure they have time to wind down. We want to make sure that they have time to get their minds right, spend time with their families, so that when they go out, they can serve the communities the best way they possibly can.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. When it comes to response time, like some of my colleagues have mentioned, we're probably always going to be chasing bodies in terms of getting them on the street. And we know the Bureau Patrol is the backbone of the department. Has there been any thought to looking into the specialty units and maybe returning some officers to patrol, or actually placing them in control of the commander?
So we've already done that. So with our citywide community safety team, I've broken that team down. Those members are now back within the areas and the districts. So now within those locations, when they're there to serve, to help out each district. So not only will they be there with a focus on the most violent crimes, the robberies, the shootings, the homicides, their focus is also going to be to help with relieving the district when they go into a wrap. So if we're backlogged on calls, they will now start taking calls for service within the district. This will help with our response times, and it'll help get some of the work off of the officers in the districts who are jumping from job to job to job.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. In terms of technology, we've talked a lot about that. I am a border ward. I border an entire state, new state, Indiana. I have a vulnerable group of folks on the border, because what happens is they cross that border, commit a crime, jump that border Indiana. Our communication with Indiana is, we have none. And by the time we get it to Hammond, they're in East Chicago or Highland. We do need to prioritize technology on the borders, not only in Indiana, but with my colleagues, because that will deter crime and that will make our folks feel a little more safe who are on those border, the border neighborhoods. What's your thoughts on that?
No, I agree with you 100%. One of the things is we've had success working in partnership with a lot of suburban departments. I mean, we just recently broke up a robbery ring where the 10th District was working with Cicero Police Department, committed robbery, went over into Cicero. That information was passed on from the 10th District to Cicero. Cicero was able to locate the vehicle and actually pursued them back into the 10th District where they ran into a home. There was a search warrant. There were multiple guns recovered, about 8 individuals taken into custody, and proceeds from the robbery were recovered. So, and we see it in the southern suburbs, just working in lockstep that way. So you're 100% right. When we're working in partnership with others, we're able to get to the bottom of a lot of these crimes. So it's not just us. We're building relationships with our bordering municipalities too. So 100% I agree with you.
Thank you. My last question is, we talk about building the trust between the community and the department, but I also think we need to rebuild the trust within the department. And one of those things is the merit process. What can we look at to revamp this and give our officers some trust back in how this process works, being more transparent and giving them more of a peace of mind that they won't be overlooked?
So and here's what I'll tell you about the merit process. The unfortunate part about the merit process is that it will never reach every single officer who's deserving of merit. I mean, that's just a fact. There are officers out there who should have a merit promotion, but if you've got one pick and there are 3 of those officers, 2 of those officers are going to miss out on that. However, the merit process has to be rooted in exactly that, the title, merit. Now, that process also has to be diverse, right? But it shouldn't be diverse for the sake of diversity. We're looking for the brightest and the best, the hardest workers, the people with integrity that we know are going to be great leaders on this job. And we find that in all walks of life, all facets, and that group should and will be diverse. However, when we have a process, we should follow that process properly, right? This can't be a friends and family process. So I can tell you, I can't speak to that. What I can speak to now is that moving forward, we're going to be looking for the hardest working people, the brightest and the best, and to put those people in place and follow the process the way it's supposed to be followed.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate my commanders, Commander Milmine, Commander Pendarvis. I continue to look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Chico. Alderman Sposato, followed by Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Alderman, how are you, sir?
Maria, could you step back? Nick can't see.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Soup.
How are you,
Thanks
sir?
for coming out today. You're doing great. So appreciate you and everybody in the box, everybody I've dealt with in 16 or at City Hall. Can't say enough. Just feel I've been treated like royalty since I've been an alderman, so I really appreciate that. Of course, I'm very confident I'll have the same relationship with you I've had with all the previous Soups, and certainly in your mentor sitting over there, who's still a good friend of mine. I'm not going to mention any names today, so, all right, I'll do my best. I just want to touch on a few things that were talked about, and certainly that's the commanders. I know we all gripe about losing our commanders, but this is just a point of information, really. I mean, it's a stepping stone. I mean, we don't want to hold anybody down. I mean, I'm on my 6th commander right now. 3 of them got promoted. 2 of them retired out of 16. So it is what it is. That's just the way it works. As far as the mayor's promise to promote 200 detectives, it's just if somebody could touch on that for me, because I'm just guessing we promote about 100 a year, And if we promote 200, I mean, we'd have to promote 300 a year, but the problem with promoting 200 detectives, which I fully support, but that means we're going to lose 200 POs, which would mean we're going to lose 9 officers per district. And if the 16th district lost 9 officers, that would be devastating to us. So where are we at on that, and how exactly is that gonna work?
So here's what I'll tell you. Again, those promotions are not going to happen all at once.
Oh, of course.
So just because we've added that to the budget,
Right.
those spots will be there for promotion, but we're going to promote incrementally.
Is it a 1 year? Is it a 1 year plan, a 4-year plan? I mean, 'cause
It depends. It depends on our recruiting. It depends on how many officers we have coming out of the academy. It depends on the time of year and the need for that. What we have to do is assess the number of officers that we have. Now, looking back at it, when we see that there's a loss of officers in a district based on promotions, then we have to start looking at replacing those officers in those districts. So again, if we brought in 50 officers from the academy to hit the streets, and then they get through their field training, and now they're out there policing, we're not going to promote 50 detectives and deplete that. Now that would keep us even, but I would like for that number to be smaller, because I'd like for the numbers in patrol to continue to grow. Now, that being said, we still have to make sure that we keep up with our span of control. So the more important thing there would be to make sure that we have our sergeants promoted.
Okay.
Our detectives would happen incrementally, though.
All right. I know I've been redundant with this, but this is for Chief Talley. I know we've been beating this Oath Keepers things to death. This isn't the only organization that have done bad things in this city. So how does this go about with these complaints? We know what happened to this city, to this state, this country 3 years ago. So is it just based off of complaints, or were these 9 individuals, did you get complaints on them? And these investigations, I know we touched on it. So some of these were reopened, some retired. So exactly how does this work with these complaints about officers doing not good things in this country?
This is the only complaint that we received from a report from the, that was part of the NPR WBEZ information that was leaked. Outside of that complaint, we have not received a complaint regarding a police officer being a member of the Oath Keepers.
Okay, all right, good enough, thank you. I do like when you said, I don't know if it was you, Chief, or not, but I know you said it'll be a swift action. Well, I hope it will be a thorough investigation, not a swift investigation. So that's just my comment. People should be judged, Soup, you said, by their actions. So not by attending a meeting is what I feel. And many of them said they just attended a one meeting to check it out. I'm sure all of us attended something one time or another that we wish we didn't. The helicopter thing, this is my one budget thing I have, and I'm just asking for any comments. I'm just going to make a statement. The helicopter thing, I always say it takes money to make money. And then this time I'm going to say it's going to take money to save us money, because a lot of our settlements are because of police chases. So maybe if we have some helicopters, maybe we won't be paying the settlements on police chases anymore. Question about the CIT incidents. I kind of disagree with you about it, sending somebody there for CIT train, and I'm only going to tell you why, or I don't understand it, actually. You have an incident. You call for a CIT team. Does everybody leave then, or just the CIT team there, and that's the end of it? Because I was on some pretty intense situations as a first responder, fireman, and so you have an incident. It's really not a police thing. The CIT team comes, that's it. Everybody leaves other than the CIT team. Is that how that works?
No, sir. That's not how it works. So what we're looking at is someone to respond to a person who's in crisis, of a non-criminal nature. Now, in any situation like that, once they make the assessment and they find that this person is violent, or there's nothing that they can do, obviously the next thing to do is to call the police. All right. If it turns into something of a criminal nature, now the officers will respond. So when I talk about a CIT trained officer, we don't necessarily just want to dispatch a CIT trained officer to an incident where there's a non-criminal event of a person who's in crisis. If we can have someone else handle that.
Got it. Okay.
But,
And is there...
but we're not going to have our officers removed from a scene where we know is potentially volatile or someone could get hurt.
Is it based off of an area or is it based off of a district? So does the 16th district, do we have 3 of them there? Do we have 1 per shift, or is it just, it's for an area?
Well, it would be an assessment, just like, and it should be everywhere, but it should be based on our calls for service for those types of calls. And as you know, certain districts have more calls for people who are suffering from crisis, just like certain districts have more calls of shots fired or someone being robbed. So that assessment would be done based on that.
All right, thanks. As you know, I'm not telling you anything you don't know or anybody in the box over there knows, 16th district has the least amount of officers per square mile. Okay, we have 6 per square mile, unlike the 15th that has 61 per square mile. So just something I want to bring to your attention. I know we're well aware of it. I talk to the chief about that quite often. Once again, feel like I've been treated like royalty by police since I've been on this job, whether it's in 16 or downtown, everywhere. I do agree with you, Soup. It's about quality, not quantity on the job. We are at a critical low point, I feel. I mean, it was 14,000 when I came into this job. We're down below 12,000. So I don't know what's going on with this world. People just, you know, when you sign up for this job, I'm guessing there was 40,000 people signed up. When I signed up to be a fireman, 48,000 people signed up. The last fire exam, we only had 15,000 sign up. 2019, the police exam, I'm sure everybody knows this. 2019, Mayor Emanuel had 2 signups. January of 2019, there was only 4,000 sign up, only 2,000 took it. And then again in December, same thing, 4,000 and 2,000. So I just don't know what's going on with this world. And I certainly don't want to lower the standards too much. And one thing I was really happy for you to mention, that my friends and enemies in the box over there that don't like to mention often enough over here, but you did mention a lot of officers out there are doing really, really good things. So whatever you look at, whether it's the asylum seekers, whether it's just helping kids get them in college, mentoring kids, you name it. Just a lot of officers doing really, really good things. But unfortunately, that doesn't sell on the news or in the papers or anything like that. But you know, I know, I believe we all know about that. And I'm just want to say, I'm confident that our relationship, my relationship with you, will be just as good as it was with the previous superintendents. And just want to wish you the best. I don't believe in luck, so best wishes. God bless you. God bless the police department. God bless Chicago. Thanks for stepping up and taking this tough job.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman Sposato. Always good with his stats. So,
Facts, basically.
statistical facts. What is it?
You're entitled.
Lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Figures lie, liars figure.
Right. Okay. Got you. Alderman Sposato, thank you. Alderman Cito Lopez, followed by the Cardona. Oh, there he is. Alderman Cardona, you'll follow Cito Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Superintendent, for being with us today.
How are you all?
I've got a few questions and maybe a little bit more in detail of what my colleagues have mentioned, but just to be more specific in how much is being allotted to ensure that the consent decree is being implemented by commanders at the district level? And what oversight mechanisms, I mean, I can, you know, in general, within the Chicago Police Department, do we have so that commanders and at the district level are adhering to the provisions of the consent decree?
Good. Excellent question, Alderman. I'll push that over to Chief Angel Navales from Constitutional Policing.
Good afternoon, Chief Navales, Office of Constitutional Policing, and thank you very much for that question. So the consent decree, one, is court order and binding, and two, you know, every member of our department, specifically the command staff, understands that achieving the goals of the consent decree are incredibly important. We have achieved a very good level in preliminary compliance, secondary compliance. But to your point, sir, we will be leveraging our commanders to ensure that we carry out the goals that we need to achieve operational compliance.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. I think it would be good to have those conversations as well at the local level with the local aldermen as well, as I think that it has implications on how this is implemented on the ground.
So, and with those meetings, that's always something that we could bring up with your district commander.
Thank you, Superintendent. My next question has to do with the overlapping of some of the new institutions or councils that we have. So, what is the plan to breach the overlapping authority of neighborhood policing initiative, district advisory council, and the district council? All of our tasks with the policing and policy and building trust. So, how does that look like?
Once again, Chief Agent Navarro's Constitutional Policing and Reform. And what I'll do is I'll touch really briefly on the differences between the three. And there is some incredible overlap between the DACs, who are a volunteer group, and the district councils. Neighborhood Policing Initiative is a problem-solving strategy within the districts. And the Community Policing Office does the same, but it also concentrates on community building. Now, for the integration of the DACs, which I believe that's what you're speaking of, and the district councils, I'm going to push it to Director Brooks, who's been tasked with that project.
Director Glenn Brooks. So even though we have some overlap, their mission is the same, is really to build better and deeper relationships with the community and the police department as we all try to achieve greater safety. That is still the big difference between the two is those individuals who choose to volunteer and give their time and their time, enterprises, and wisdom to the department and work towards that goal. Whereas the district councils have a similar mission, but they're duly elected and they do channel up through the commission. So they have a little bit more policy focus in terms of the commission. However, they do work together. Our district commanders are meeting with them on a monthly basis. They're invited to each and every meeting, and we find we are continuing as they move forward. We are continuing looking for those opportunities to continue to work together.
Chief Agent Ovalis, and just to add one more thing, Alderman, to add some clarification. The district councils are codified in our consent decree, and as you know, our district councils are codified by ordinance. It's another subtle difference between the two.
Thank you. So, that means that in this plan, can we say that all commanders will be working closely with the new democratically elected district councils as well, maybe the local aldermen? How will that look like in general?
Well,
go ahead.
Director Glenn Brooks. So for every council, for all of our district commanders or their designee, which can be the captain if they're unavailable, attend the monthly meetings. In addition to that, we are willing to work with them in other settings. One of the challenges has been that the district council members, because of the Open Meetings Act, are only able to meet with our commanders one at a time, versus our DACs are able to meet within groups. We're working through that, and we're looking for those opportunities. I think it's important that we highlight that we're looking to work together, and that it be a collaborative relationship more than an instructive relationship. And that's where we're working towards.
Thank you, Director Brooks. My next question, it is, and I'm glad to hear, Superintendent, about the zero tolerance with extremist groups, especially when we have seen a whole expose of the Sun Times of how serious the problem is. What is the budget, we think maybe BCT, or how much would be allotted to identify these hate crimes or these hate and extremist groups in and around Chicago that officers may be connected to? I think that is something that we are concerned about, especially in the rise with hate crimes. I do think it's important that we have institutions that are looking to address that internally.
So what I'll tell you is there's no price on investigating the possibility of officers who or any member of the Chicago Police Department who may be a member of a hate group. So there's no price on that. The investigation should be thorough. We should be looking that once that investigation is completed, that we found that we have members of hate groups, that we move swiftly to have those individuals removed from our department. So to put a price on it, there is no price. This is an investigation that we'll do, and we'll make sure that we do it thoroughly. And again, we find proof of this, we'll move to have someone removed from our department who is a member of a hate group.
Thank you. It's good to hear that, Superintendent. Again, I know in a previous question, there was a time frame of about 6 months for this investigation, more or less in a range. I do want to make sure that, every effort that is needed really yields result. I think previous to you in the meeting and a hearing before that, I think it was a different message. And I think that it is important, especially now, when we're hearing, from our constituents, transparency, and to make sure that, we are putting 31% of our corporate fund into the safety of our residents. I do think that we deserve the most ethical and committed public servants. To have people who do not believe in government, but more than that, that are really spreading hate in our own communities is something that I'm glad to hear will have the response that is needed.
Absolutely.
My final question, because I think that we have my concern is with with these reports that have come, and how in the past even some of the training is tied to really occupation style politics of occupation style trainings and strategies in the past in the department. How do we do to start changing these warrior ethos within the ranks and files, the us versus them in the rank and file that criminalize entire communities?
So, and I'll tell you my philosophy on it, and then we'll go to training and what we're doing. Anytime we're training officers now and moving forward, it's going to be built around the message of team building, working with the community, working in lockstep with the community. Again, I keep saying this, and I'll say it a million times, that as the police, we shoulder a lot. We can't do it alone, and we need our community partners to be involved in what we're doing. We can't do that if we're making enemies with community members. We can't do that if we have people amongst our ranks who don't believe in that process. So we're at the service of our community, and that's what we go out there and do each and every single day. And the majority of our police officers do that. They go out there to serve the communities, to make the community safe. Now, all it takes is a few officers to ruin that. So we want to make sure that we're keeping track of everything that we're doing. We're doing it through training. We're vetting training. We want to make sure that we have quality training. And this is one of the things that I talked about with the consent decree. We don't want to come into compliance with the consent decree just to say that we're in compliance. We want to see some actual change. We could put forth training, and we could put forth poor training and say that we are in full compliance. But that does nothing to make our department better and to move forth the relationship building between us and the community so that we can get to the bottom of public safety and make our city safer.
Thank you, Chairman.
What else you have?
One more question. In terms of how much is being budgeted to purchase used military equipment under the 1033 program? And then how much was set aside for this program in the last budget? What equipment is currently in the possession of CPD?
So I'm going to push that question over to Ryan Fitzsimons.
Hi, Deputy Director Ryan Fitzsimons, CPD. So I assume you're referring to the LESO program, which we used in the past to purchase one of our helicopters for $1. My understanding in this budget, we are not seeking to procure any additional equipment using the LESO program.
Is it, you still need a round two? Okay. We lose Alderman Cardona? Guess so. Alderman Fuentes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Superintendent.
How are you, Alderman?
I'm well. Thank you for asking. I have a couple questions about specific positions that you have in the budget, so feel free to direct these to folks who can explain. What are the responsibilities and goals of the role of a community organizer? It's in line item 9101.
I'll push that over to Director Brooks.
Good afternoon, Director Glenn Brooks, Office of Community Policing. The community organizer is a position that we have in each one of our districts, which is really focused on building not only relationships, but partnerships with the community, also to do outreach to community members for their involvement, whether it be a beat meeting, whether working on seniors or youth activities, or to support our youth activities. The community organizer has been essential in doing that outreach.
Thank you for that response. How is CPD measuring the impact of the role?
Glenn Brooks, Office of Community Policing. We track all of our engagements through a system we call SIMS. There are approximately 16,000 engagements that we do a year. We look at the number of people we come in contact with and how many connections that we make. We do that for each and every one of our engagements. That is how we kind of measure it. We also still review to make sure we look at what we're doing in outreach, what we're looking in engagement, and most importantly, what we're doing in follow-up.
Awesome, thank you. Are there any data metrics in which you utilize for this role around perception between community and police so that we can determine whether this particular role is helping with community relations?
Yes, we do use a service which does survey the community by district, where we look at three major questions of trust, safety, and I just blanked on the third question. And their number one crime concern. We use that every month. We get back a score every month on how we are moving that needle. It's important to remember a lot of times that needle can be moved by external events that are outside not only the city, but outside of the country.
Thank you. Are there specific goals with this position that are measurable that you are, I know you're alluding to some of them, but how are you measuring? So what has been the impact in relationship to the things that you mentioned?
Yeah. We look at the district as a totality, and we measure what our impact is within that particular district.
What has been the impact?
Well, over the last year, we've seen an increase in the number of engagements and, more importantly, the number of connections that we've had over the last couple of years.
Is it possible to send those data metrics to the chair?
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much. I have a question about another position, since you're gonna be able to respond to me. You have a youth service coordinator. It's line item 3955. Can you tell me the role of that position?
Our youth service coordinator, as you might know, in both the consent decree and the CPAP recommendations, youth has been a focus of our efforts. It has transformed over the last couple of years, even though it's still youth. We've recently brought back that position. As you know, in last year's budget, we were down to one youth coordinator for the entire city. We upped that to 5. What that goal is to continue to build relationships with young people, which is a specific demographic. We're continuing to build up that role, and we look forward to expanding it in 2024.
Awesome, thank you. The bumping up to 5 youth service coordinators, do you have them designated to certain geographical areas in the city?
Yes, Alderwomen, they mirror the areas, our area designations.
Awesome. And then same questions as the position before. What are the associated goals with the position, and how are you ensuring that we meet those?
Those are measured also within SIMS. Within SIMS, we have the ability to look at the different type of engagements and also look at the different type of audience with that engagement is targeting. And we have some metrics that do that also. But in youth, we are really looking at expanding that over the next year or two.
And is this position through job description also required to work with violence prevention organizations that are already establishing relationship with young people in the communities?
Yes, they're required to work with CBOs throughout the district, and many of them do work with violence interrupters if they are in their specific area, specifically in a 4th district. Area 4. I know they work with they do work with all the violence interrupters there.
Awesome, thank you. I appreciate your response. Superintendent Snelling, do you know what is the dollar amount that has been administered in this proposed budget or budgets that are associated with CPD for diversion programs?
That I'm not sure. Do we have a line item on that, Ryan? And if we don't, we'll get it to you through the chair.
So for this, we do have a program director who will help us along with around 30,000 in funding for that, but Chief or City of the Detective Division would probably be better to speak to that point.
Good afternoon, Antoinette City Chief, Bureau of Detectives. Thank you for your question. The Chicago Police Department has been working with the Department of Family and Support Services in order to implement a citywide youth diversion program that allows us to redirect low-level offenses that have been committed by a low-risk youth so that we can connect them with services. We've actually been very pleased to see how this is expanding, and we expect that it will be by the first quarter available throughout the city. And so what I think are the most significant changes here is that we have service providers that are going to be in proximity geographically to where the families are to encourage the use of these services. We've been in our department changing our policy and our training to make sure that we're reinforcing this program and the importance of prioritizing diversion whenever feasible. And this particular program does have a program evaluation component to it. And I can assure you we're very much looking forward to out of it with DFSS and CPD to share the progress with it.
Thank you for that response. Can you articulate specifically the role CPD plays in administering the diversion programs allocated in this line item?
Yes. You may be familiar with the JISC and how that shuttered at the end of 2021. And so when that happened, what we did was take the detectives who were trained as youth detectives in order to administer a risk assessment screening tool. We brought everybody to a centralized location in Area 1. What we've now done is try to, as we're again finding one of the recommendations we received, keeping in mind this is something we've been working on for some time. We've gotten community input. There was a JISC advisory council. There's the consent decree. There's the Inspector General's report. We really feel like it's important to make sure that services are in proximity to the families. And so right now we have this program in 14 districts. When a young person is arrested for a low-level offense, they are administered, our detectives administer this screening tool to determine the risk of reoffending. Obviously, the goal here is to, whenever feasible, redirect them from court, make sure that we're getting them connected to the services. So really, our role right now is to make sure that with fidelity, we administer this tool and whenever feasible, connect young people and their families to these services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Superintendent, are you familiar with the Peace Book Ordinance?
No, I'm not.
So the Peace Book Ordinance developed, written and articulated by Good Kids Mad City, a collective of young people in the west and south side of Chicago, really looking to prevent violence, but wanting to do that through a peer-to-peer model, developing a model that allows young people in the city of Chicago who are engaged in the risky behavior, but are really working on transforming their lives to develop the programming to engage other young people so that they can do, I think, just what the diversion program is attempting to do, and that is to keep young people out of trouble who may have already engaged in criminality and risky behavior. Now, that particular ordinance also seeks to create a commission And that commission will be staffed with young people that are developing a violence prevention model for the city of Chicago, but also taking into account the data infrastructure that is required to measure impact. I think often we allocate funds to do the diversion work and to do violence prevention work, but very little do we hold ourselves accountable to what the data is saying. And Good Kids Mad City is saying, not only do we want to develop this program and put a commission together that's led and ran by young people, but we also want to, hold ourselves accountable to the numbers. Are you willing to have a conversation about maybe how we can allocate some diversion funds to realize the Peace Book ordinance through violence prevention?
I'm absolutely willing to have a conversation. I'd like to know what that looks like. We can take a good long look at it, have a conversation about it, and come up with some determinations after.
I would love that. A conversation is the beginning of everything, so I appreciate that. Superintendent, I want to thank you for the work that you've already put in. Like my colleagues, I have a lot of hope of what the future of the police department looks like under your leadership. I just want to echo some of the comments that were made earlier by my colleagues. I'm super lucky to have some great commanders that make up the 26th Ward. And I think that often when a relationship is built and established and change and productivity happens, then they're moved. I had a great commander who was moved, and it was a lateral move, and we were sad to see her go. That sustainability, I think, is important. And we love your leadership in making that happen as we're looking to improve community relationships with police officers, but to also continue to grow the work that most commanders are implementing in their districts.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. I'll sign up for a second round.
It's all good. We'll be here for a while. Alderman Cardona, followed by Alderman Cruz.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to apologize for jumping from chair to chair, trying to fire me. But on that note, Superintendent Snelling, just want to congratulate you. I only have one question. District coordinating officers, I say this every year. Where are we at with that program within the city of Chicago?
Well, I'll push that over to Chief Angel Navalis.
Good afternoon, Chief Angel Wallace, Office of Constitutional Policing and Reform. So Alderman, we are currently in 10 districts, primary in the south and west sides with the district coordination officers. We are also piloting an amalgamation between CAPS and NPI. That is a pilot looking at eliminating some of the redundancies, creating some efficiencies to get both programs to work better together. Also looking at the future and what our staffing levels look like. We will be sitting down internally to have a conversation how we proceed with the program.
Okay. And I'll tell you this, we want to look at what's working best and what's working best for our communities. And based on that, we'll make some decisions about what's happening moving forward. We don't want to try to do too many things at one time.
Okay, understood. Because from what I've gathered, and it was said that you guys might discontinue this program. Is that true or false?
At this time, no, there's no talk of dismantling the DCO program. The issue is that when we're trying to do too many things at one time, we need to focus on something to make sure that it works. The DCO program was in place before anything else. When we start adding other programs, when we start trying other things, it takes away the focus from one thing. We need to prove that one thing works and it works well for everyone before we move on to the next. So we just want to make sure that we're utilizing our manpower the best way that we can and not spreading them thin.
I understand one size don't fit all and how all communities are different. But I know you guys focus on the west side and south side. I know we have a little bit on the northwest side. Have you guys looked in exploring like 16, 17, 20 in those districts on the north side?
Well, obviously we can have those conversations and I'll see if we've already started looking into that. Angel?
Chief Angel of Office of Constitutional Policing and Reform. Well, Alderman, we do have a matrix on how we would expand. And those decisions were made, number one, on population incidents and crime areas where they would be most effective. We do have a matrix, and I could share that through the chair.
Well, thank you. I would love to hear that, especially you, Chief Navales, and thank you. That was the only question I have because I'm a big supporter of DCOs, especially in the 25th district, especially those group of individuals that really, it's another layer of community policing that interact with teenagers, adults, and especially with the community. And that's something that I know it's strongly, it's a strong ask because I think all communities want their police in their community to be there and have that relationship. But I'll have that talk with you guys later down the road. Thank you so much. And I yield my time.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman Cardona, Alderman Cruz, followed by Alderman Lawson.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Superintendent. I also want to echo what my colleague from the 26th Ward said, and there is a lot of hope on you. Having conversations with my constituents and asking what are my thoughts about you, I share that I'm very optimistic with the leadership that you're going to bring in. I'm not to put a lot of pressure on you, but we are hoping a lot from you, as you can tell. But I also want to, before my questions, I also want to express my gratitude to my commanders. I have three commanders, 3 districts in the 30th Ward, but Commander Perez has been excellent. And also Commander Daniels and also new Commander Alvarez. So just want to express that, I say my gratitude to them because this is not only a relationship between myself and them, but it's a whole community relationship because we're all impacted. So I want to make sure that, they are wonderful and they're, giving us the opportunity, but also I have been part of the SDSC room and I see the impact of how this technology has a lot to do. So I want to say also, Sergeant Ramos for giving me the opportunity to actually get to see it from firsthand. But now I'm moving on to my questions. And earlier you said, we don't just want to implement things because we are saying we want to implement things. We actually want to see the actual effects on the things that we're doing. You mentioned earlier about the officer wellness, open 2 satellites in the EAP facilities on the north and south side this year. But let me ask you this, where are we with the consent decree mandate, then is making sure that officers are getting proper mental health support and treatment?
Well, that's part of it. Obviously we need to add more, but we have added clinicians. One of the things, and they were assigned to particular areas, and officers are allowed to make appointments and go see someone whenever they feel the need. In those 2 locations, an officer can set up an appointment and go out to either one of those locations at any given time. Moving forward, we want to make sure that when we look at span of control, because this was the purpose of it, is if we have a sergeant who knows the officers or a lieutenant who knows his entire watch, we can recognize when officers are not performing their best, when they're not being themselves, and they can refer these individuals to EAP for some type of help. Obviously, that's kept quiet. We have to, we have to respect the laws around that, but we do have measures to send an officer to get checked out, to get some help, to look into that officer's well-being.
Are we tracking, not to release names, but are we tracking how many officers are utilizing this? Again, goes back to your point, not to implement it, but we want to make sure that they are taking advantage of this and it's just not something that's put on there. Like, are we tracking how many are we seeing? Can we see an increase? Like, do we see the benefit of this implementation?
Chief Angel Navales of the Office of Constitutional Policing. Yes, we are tracking how many referrals are being made when officers do come visit. But adding to the superintendent's point, we also have 18 clinicians, and we are looking to hire 4 more within this year. That way, there is 1 clinician for every district We also have approximately 280 peer support members, which are trained officers that have a relationship with the existing officers, which officers can also come to get help. And the one last thing that I wanted to touch on that we added two other things. Number one was we introduced a cortical wellness app where if an officer has not reached that point where he reaches out for help, he has that app where he can seek help through that app. And lastly, we were able to publish a policy for voluntary visits to a clinician, an employee order. But once again, we are tracking that.
Are these clinicians 24/7? Are there any hours of operation?
Yes, so not only are these 18 clinicians and ultimately the 22 are going to be available for the officer, but EAP has a mechanism in place for callouts when it's necessary on off hours. There is a switchboard, and if a need, whatever time of day comes up, a clinician will be assigned.
Okay,
And-
perfect.
And we've also added an 8-hour wellness class, not only for sworn, but also non-sworn also. And just to show you, during that class, there's something that is called yoga for first responders. And it's a portion of the class that teaches officers how to meditate, breathe through certain things, and there's a yoga portion of it. At a time where when I came on the job, that would have been kind of frowned upon, officers are really accepting it, embracing it, and enjoying it because it's been helpful to them for stress relief.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering that. My other question is the 400 civilian positions. I know you, Superintendent, you talked about, bringing possibly retired officers to come back as trainers. What is the time frame that you're looking to fulfill these positions? Have you set yourself a goal by a certain amount of time? How many of these positions to be covered? Have you set yourself a goal?
Well, that I would love to say as soon as possible. I would love to say tomorrow, but that's nuanced. There's a hiring process, and I could push this over a little bit if I could have Director Landowski possibly talk about that a little bit for you.
Good afternoon, Bob Landowski, Human Resources, OPSA. Yes, we're working closely with the police department regarding specifically the training officers, for example. That's a high number. That's 100 positions, and we're working with the police department, city DHR, to get those positions up and posted and keep it rolling as much as we can. But there is a process where contractually we have to follow contractual bid rights and some different things like that. But we are hoping to keep that as ongoing to hire as many as we can per superintendent's comments. Yeah, as soon as we can. Retired officers, yes, they'd be eligible for applying for these positions. They'd have to follow the regular city hiring rules.
Okay, also, Superintendent, can we get your,
As it relates
can you
to,
pause my time?
I apologize. Please pause the time. I don't know why a new guy up there, he didn't know. We talk about retired officers. You talk about the consent decree. You talk about training. I just want to put this on your mind. We talk about an old versus new. How do you ensure that we're not passing on bad practices from officers of the past into the future?
That's an excellent question. So here's the important part about any trainer. In anyone that you have training in the academy, they have to be trained to do what you need them to do. Now, if we have people that we've brought on in the non-sworn capacity, sworn or non-sworn, if they can't perform the tasks that we need them to perform and push the message that we're training on right now, they will be removed. We don't want to bring back the old school mentality. What we do want to do is have someone who has a clear understanding of what police work is about. They have that baseline knowledge. Now from that, we can build upon them as trainers and develop them as trainers. One of the things that I had to do with de-escalation training was put our officers who were doing that de-escalation training through a 5 to 6 week course to make sure that they understood the message that they were going to be pushing, that they were well and properly trained to push that message, and that they were knowledgeable enough to push it the right way. So it can be done. Now, anytime we found someone who was not pushing that message, pushing their own message, or bringing back some old school beliefs or putting their opinion in it, we remove them from training, and that's how we would manage that.
Thank you. Alderman.
Okay, a follow-up question from that. Can you give us your commitment that if you are gonna bring any retired officers, that we're gonna check that they had any misconduct, any issues that will be red flag? I mean, if you're bringing this retires and they're training individuals, we want to make sure that you pick the best of the best to come back.
That will be all a part of the vetting process. So we won't be bringing anybody in who left this department on bad terms.
I just want to make sure we have that because, you know, things happen and then later on it's like, oh, I'm sorry, we try our best. So just want to make sure we have that. Also, do you have, what is the response time? Like, what is the average from a 911 call? Like, how long does it take for somebody to get dispatched?
Chief McDermott, do you have those numbers at this time? If not, we can get it through the chair.
Brian McDermott, Chief Patrol, we'll have to get those numbers back to you through the chair.
Okay, all righty. Well, I just want to say thank you for the time. And again, there is just so much going on. And I know we're, you know, something that we have asked is trust. And, you know, you said it, you know, make sure that it's done fairly. I think that, you know, accountability, it's a big part of things. And that will eventually give the trust that the community needs with our police officers. And we want to make sure that we all work together because this is the best thing for the city of Chicago. So thank you for everything you're doing, and thank you to the officers as well.
I agree. Thank you, Alderman.
I yield.
All right. Thank you, Alderman Cruz, Alderman Lawson, followed by Alderman Manor Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Superintendent. Right. Over here.
How are you?
Great. I'm going to do my best not to repeat anything, but I know it's been a long day. I see it looks like there's 6 more positions in the communications department in news affairs. And I want to say that that's always a bonus. We actually had a great meeting in Area 3 North last week with my colleagues and the commanders and the team from Area 3. And communication is something that we can be helpful with, but we never want to get ahead of the department. And so whatever you guys can do to innovate when it comes to comms, using social media, getting timely info on arrests out there, that's a bonus. And so I hope those 6 positions, I know one of them is social media, right? Can really help us in getting that positive message out, which has to be, I think, a team effort for everybody in the room and in the city. I want to mention special events. I have Wrigley Field and North Halsted and the Belmont L and Belmont Harbor, and every weekend there's almost something. And I think I know you're having a few positions lost there, but that's not who's doing the real work on the ground. But the coordination piece is important to me because, you know, when we add a big event, when I've already got a Cubs game or Pride or, you know, something else going, we get real thin in my district and in others in 19. So if I could ask, you know, if we can have a priority for some of those longer term events, which we have in some cases now, nobody gets a block party on the marathon day, right? Or, you know, something on the north side on Pride Day.
That would be helpful.
And so I think that really comes from your department, and DCASE has heard from a lot of us too, because, you know, if I do it in my ward and there's a run that starts in 43, there's way too many runs in Lincoln Park too. They need to find other locations. I might not even know about it. And I might say okay to something else in the area. So I think we have to require more private security, and that probably has to come from the department. But it's going to be essential. Events are a huge boon to our city, to neighborhoods like mine all summer long. But we can't, like I can't add a Friday night to some of the more successful ones because we just don't have the manpower. Forget Cubs, right?
And anything that we can help with on that and work together on, we're willing to do that because it would be helpful for all of us.
That would be great. We should get together. Some of us that are real heavy on events, I know Alderman Burnett mentioned it with DCASE as well. Would be happy to work on that. 19th District has a lot of new arrivals. We're well over 200 on a regular basis. And I think A couple questions there. How has the leadership been involved so far on a potential decompression plan for our police stations?
So we've had conversations about it. Obviously, the big issue there is finding shelter.
Sure.
For these individuals. That's the bigger issue. There is a motivation to have the people moved out of the districts into other shelter. The issue is finding that shelter right now.
Right. So the other thing, 19 had an allegation that was unfounded of misconduct. Ogden did as well. One of the things that I think there's maybe a disconnect on is if there was ever a plan or directive as far as how the officers are supposed to interact with the new arrivals at the station specifically. And that may have been an internal document, but it's something that I think would have been helpful a year ago. And we're playing catch up now. So if that's not in place, I would encourage that to happen. But I'm not sure if that's something.
It's something that we can talk about. The thing though is at times when you have a document like that, you can't account for every single thing that could occur. Our officers have engaged with the kids, bought toys, they've purchased food, things of that nature, and any allegations that come up, we're not looking at those internally ourselves.
Right.
So COPA investigates those.
Right.
So it gets a little tricky, but we do talk to our officers. We do have conversations with our officers to obviously treat every person the way that you want to be treated. And that's not just the migrants, that's across the board. Right. Our officers should be treating everyone the same with respect. And again, if we see an engagement in criminal activity, the same. We should be treating those crimes the same as we would do anyone else.
So that sort of speaks to my next question, because I have some things happening that may not be criminal, but they would be nuisance activity, right? Hanging out on porches, smoking right outside someone's window, partying, drinking, littering in parking lots, somebody's cooking in front of one of the shelters on Lakeshore Drive. I've talked to some departments that have been told hands off because this would lead to an arrest. They don't have an ID. Is there a directive to officers or as far as procedures in those sort of, not violent crimes certainly, but quality of life issues that we see around these locations?
So we have several issues and we can talk about, I don't want to get too much into the Safety Act right now when it comes to those types of quality of life or arrests that that becomes a little tricky at this point. However, again, with our police officers, when and it doesn't matter if you're a migrant person or you're a person who was born here. If a crime is being committed, as the police, we should be responding the same way to either incident. So when we've had migrants who have engaged in criminal activity, especially those that are arrestable offenses, we have made arrests and we'll continue to do that. Now, as far as enforcement, I can tell you that some of these shelters, I believe, have security. And I can actually let Deputy Chief Steve Chung talk about this a little bit, but that's something that probably needs to be picked up too, the security within these shelters. So Deputy Chief Chung, can you talk a little bit about that?
Thank you for your question, Deputy Chief Stephen Chung, Office of Constitutional Policing and Reform. The officers generally treat everybody with courtesy and respect. So there is our rules and regulations kind of specify specifically what we do in our interactions with the public as well as with each other. And that's our guiding principle. In regards to the follow-up with some of the smaller, like people hanging out or smoking on porches, our officers have been following up. Some of those we've been having, I think in general, like a lot of our neighborhoods are conscientious about our new arrivals and trying to be welcoming. I think they're trying to, in some of our business areas right alongside the districts, they've been trying to be cognizant of our new arrivals in that they know that they're coming to a new area and they don't have a place to hang out or congregate. Like ideally, we've been working with DFSS and OEMC personnel are trying to find activities for our new arrivals so that
Sure.
they do have something positive to occupy their time. And they went through great lengths and working with some of the alderman's office as well, identifying some of the activities that they can go to within the communities so they're not having the people hang out in front of the stations, in front of the neighborhoods. And that's been one of the steps that they've been trying to do to mitigate that. I know within the shelter space, they've been really doing a good job of trying to acclimate our new arrivals to cultural norms of Chicago, and then just cultural norms of the city and the state. Coming to a new area, it's something different as well, something that they may not be used to. And so our shelter spaces have been really proactive, as well as our community-based organizations reaching out and then kind of conveying that message that, hanging out or doing some of the stuff is not what is expected
Right.
within
And
the
I
city
think
of Chicago.
once they're at the shelter, it's a very different situation than when they're in the police station. And so when they're in the shelter, it's very different from when they're in the police station. And I want us to decompress the police stations, because that's not a good setting for anybody, including the officers who are there. My time is short, so I'm going to switch just real quick. Thank you, Chief. Alderman Riley mentioned the CTA, and the two major avenues where criminals come in and out of my neighborhood are on the Red Line and Lakeshore Drive. We've seen improvements on the Red Line. It's still a little hot at night. But there was a decrease in the transit security, I believe, from the CPD side. I want to make sure we're not losing anything there, if it's being corporate funded or if it's coming out of CTA.
No, we actually did not decrease it on our side, and I'll let Deputy Chief DeVries talk about that one.
Good afternoon, Acting Chief DeVries from the Bureau of Counterterrorism. First off, I'd just like to make it clear that there's a lot of attention given to the CTA, obviously the crime, and a lot of that is over glorified, in my opinion. Commander Byrd has done an amazing job with the resources he has. Currently, violent crime is down 7% this year on the CTA. Overall crime is down 10%. Obviously, we want to keep improving on that because we don't want to have the victims, but there is action being taken, and it's been good reaction. We were budgeted and we got 36 more officers assigned to the CTA this year. So on the police side, we had 36 more than we had the previous year. And then also the Joe Byrd, along with the CTA, went into negotiations for our overtime initiative, which is paid for from the CTA. Originally, that was just straight time. Currently is now time and a half, just like our overtime initiatives. So based on that, we've gotten double the amount of officers to sign up for that. So we went from about 28 officers a day working that voluntary special employment to about 60. So we've actually got a net gain of almost 90 officers a day out there. So it is making a big difference. And then also with the new contract, if it does get ratified, it used to be 80-20 on the management and the bid officers that come to the CTA. Now it'll be 50-50. So that gives us a better pool of officers to pick from. We're not always going to get the officers with the most seniority that want to bid in there and treat it like a retirement. So it's going to help with that 50-50 as well.
Hey, can you mention a little bit about the activity, the uptick in activity?
Yes, sir. So currently, last year, based on activity for year to date, calls for service and action that was taken was 97,000 total. This year already we're at 117,277. So that's all activity done by the CTA. So obviously you can see there's almost a 25,000 increase on that. And then ANOVs and tickets written on the CTA, last year there was 3,000. This year we're up to 8,900 at this time. And so we've already doubled that. So the activity is going way up. The amount of guns recovered this year is at 40 compared to 11 last year. And then the amount of arrests have gone up over 100%.
That's great news that I would love to help the department promote. Can I just say one more thing and then I won't need a round two, Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to say thank you. I have a busy ward. We have a lot of needs. So I want to thank everybody there. I also want to thank everyone at City Hall. It's been a little wild the last few weeks here. And I think this is one of the least secure public buildings maybe I've ever been in. And so I know CPD takes the lead on security here. And I think it's time to work with our partner agencies to do a real assessment of physical operational changes that would make our building more secure, like they are in every other building. Daly Center, Thompson Center always was too. But some really great work that I think we could mitigate with some better procedures and physical changes for the building. So thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alderman Lawson. Alderman Dow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted a point of clarification on the CTA question. So there's $30 million allocated in the budget under your department for the CTA. And you just mentioned, I think I heard you say that the CTA is paying for overtime, or I want to know just clarification on what I've heard and how much money are we talking?
Yes, ma'am. Acting Chief DeVries from the Bureau of Counterterrorism. That's for the voluntary special employment, which is higher back by the CTA. That's not the police department's payment. That's payment on them. So we are working special employment for the CTA. So that's where that money comes from.
So that's their money. The 30 million is their money?
No, not in the budget. That's the money that they pay for the overtime initiative that the police work.
Yes.
So that is federal money being reimbursed to them to pay our officers to work on their day off.
Okay, and the extra money you just mentioned, there's something about overtime. Where would that money be found?
No, that's the money I'm talking about. That's the
Okay.
initiative from the CTA.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
Thank you. Alderman Dow, Alderman Lawson. Actually, what you stated kind of reminded me of something we had a conversation with a few budgets ago with Alderman Clay's predecessor about the definition of a fly dump. So, we don't mean to like belittle the challenges that, other communities have, but, if you want to change seats, I'd be glad, because, these are some challenges that, we understand the quality of life issues, but I always say that, some of these, and sometimes I would like for some members of council to spend a little time with myself, Alderman Scott, Alderman Burnett, and see some of these real challenges these officers are facing in the district. But I would just be remiss if we didn't go back to that particular section, because I know that we all have challenges, but I'm on the scale of challenges. We're seeing a lot of different actions. So, but I digress. Go ahead, Alderman Manor Hopperworth.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that coming from the 48th Ward, which has the 24th and the 20th police districts, and the 20th police district, which is one of the safest in Chicago, I would be interested in touring your districts to see what the day of the life of a police officer is in that ward is like. Regarding the 48th Ward, I want to thank you and your leadership. I want to thank my police commanders, Commander Brennan, and also Commander Byer, and his teams, including Sergeant Pohl, the CAPS team, and Myra Gomez, who's fantastic in the civilian community policing in the 24th District. I'm really hopeful what I'm hearing, especially what you're talking about around investments around young people. So thank you for that, including Good Kids Mad City Peace Book Ordinance. I wanted to ask today regarding quality of life issues. We do have a lot of questions about quality of life issues, but some, unfortunately, I also want to, tell you my commitment to work with your team. We have a temporary shelter at the Broadway Armory. We have 5 public schools. We have 2 public libraries, and all of us need a lot of help, especially around mental health. So, but one thing that we have been told is that some officers have their hands tied, and so we want to address this, and at the same time make sure that they're getting the resources that they need. So, what do you think that means in terms of not being able to do their job, especially in a ward like the 20th District has? How is it that we can help officers do their jobs, especially those who say their hands are tied?
Well, first of all, I'd like to know where those officers work and what they mean when they say their hands are tied. That means different things for different people in different places. If we're saying our hands are tied, meaning that we go back, 50 years style of policing, then we're not going to go back to that. we're policing in an environment now that we have to work in where we are under a lot of scrutiny, for one. There's a lot of oversight. We have a consent decree that we're working on right now. However, one of the things that I can tell you is because of the oversight and the number of oversight bodies, there's a lot of confusion around how police officers are supposed to work or how they respond to certain things. So that confusion can lead to hesitation. And that hesitation could lead to someone being hurt or injured or even worse, possibly killed. We want our officers to be able to make those split-second decisions. And because split-second decision-making is based on all of the information that the officer has at the time that he makes that decision, he or she makes that decision. And technically is not supposed to be judged in hindsight, because whatever information the officer had at the time that they make that decision should be the information and the only information used to weigh the officer's decision-making. Some of that seems to have gone out of the window a little bit. So our officers are a little confused about what they can do at times. And this leads people to believe that officers standing back and doing nothing. What these officers are doing oftentimes, trying to evaluate the situation so that they can make the best possible decision so that they don't lose their jobs. So this is one of the things that has affected the way officers are doing policing. We oftentimes tell the officer what we don't want them to do, and we focus on that all the time. We don't want you to do this, we don't want you to do that. But what we don't focus on is telling them what it is we do want them to do. And that's the major issue. Then when the officer makes that decision, full investigation, the officer needs to be judged fairly about the way that the officer responded. And the fairness should be rooted in three things: the way the officer is trained, the law, and our department policy. And when we look at those three things, if the officer followed those rules and they fell within those guidelines, then we have to understand when an officer is justified in the way that the officer responded. So these are things that we need to take into consideration and not make knee-jerk reactions to something that we see or a quick clip that we may see on social media. So moving forward, what we're looking to do is make sure that our officers are well-trained, well-educated on what they can do. For me, I want to be as transparent as humanly possible and explain situations that the average community member may not understand, and how that officer is trained or what the law is around what the officer did. So we want clear transparency. This should help our officers and help our community have a clearer understanding about how our officers are judged and what our officers are trained to do. And it may help the officer, it should help the officer make quicker, faster, better decisions when they're responding to crimes.
Thank you for that. We want officers to show up. We want them to show up when we call 911. We want them to actually just show up on our business corridors, because as you said earlier, you know, people make judgments about what you look like, and the presence of a police officer increases the feeling of safety. It's not just on our business corridors, but it's also outside of our shelters, where people are really unsure of how to behave, you know, what's acceptable and what's not. And I will tell you that the staffers at my temporary shelter would like more police presence. They don't want anybody to get arrested, but they also are having issues because they're trying to take care of the people inside the building. And at the same time, people are free to leave the building into the community. And we just need a little bit more understanding of how we can work together to keep everybody safe, and also show our new arrivals what it looks like to be a part of the community. And I think that we need to do that together. So I appreciate you talking about OEMC and DFSS, because nobody can do this alone. So I appreciate your work in that effort. You talked about the DEI team that you're looking to stand up, and I was curious to know who will be directing that team. You said that there's going to be the first ever diversity, equity, and inclusion team with an assistant director, senior equity officer, and 2 equity officers.
Yes, Director Brooks, would you like to take that question?
Good afternoon, Director Glenn Brooks, Office of Community Policing. Yes, it is part of our REAP plan, and we are looking to stand that up. None of those positions have been posted as of now. We're looking to hire those positions in the beginning of 2024. I will say that we've had a very senior and diverse team. My Deputy Director, Sarah Boyle, Commander McCruton, and others were on that team that helped develop that REAP plan, and we're looking to implement it in the beginning of 2024.
Thank you. I appreciate the efforts. I know of many nonprofits who put up DEI teams after the murder of George Floyd, and I saw and felt that this was an exercise in checking boxes. And so I just want your commitment and knowledge. I would like to understand who is going to be in charge of this team, and what is it for you? What does success look like standing up this team?
Director Glenn Brooks, Office of Community Policing. So what success looks like is a successful collaborative environment where we bring this team up and we meet the goals of the REAP. And more importantly, we have a department and a community that trusts and is reflective of our community. That is what true success is.
Thank you. And I appreciate Superintendent Snelling, your commitment to look into trans training to make sure that we are inclusive, because we know that Black trans women, there is a war against our Black trans women, and we want to make sure that we are protecting them as well. I wanted to ask you about our bike safety. We have one of the worst bikeabilities in Chicago, across the nation, and maybe in the world. And I know that infrastructure is needed to protect our bikers, protected bike lanes. I know that you had a bike ambassador program at some point. Can you talk a little bit about that? My concern is that as we are trying to get people out of cars and also have safer streets in Chicago, how are we working with your department to ensure that bikers are safe? And what is it that bikers can do to keep each other safe at this time?
Chief McDermott, would you be able to, or here, let's go to Glenn Brooks on that.
Glenn Brooks, Office of Community Policing. So we've been working with the Department of Transportation on their bike safety plan. In addition, I know several of our districts, including the 20th district along Sheridan Road, have worked on several with the bike ambassadors from the Department of Transportation on several initiatives along there. Department of Transportation has been really our lead there on the bike ambassador program, and we've worked in conjunction with them in implementing it throughout the city.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I look forward to working with you and the Department of Transportation to find ways to make us all safe, including addressing our infrastructure that needs desperate upgrades. And I hope to be included in the second round. Chair.
Thank you.
You want a round two, you said?
Yes, please.
Is that a yes? She did, okay. Alderman Scott?
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Alderman.
I just have more of a comment and one question. So I'll ask my question first. I want to say thank you to all of you all. You all work hard, you know, in the districts that I serve, District 10, 11, and 15 are prioritized as one of the toughest districts in our city. And so I am thankful that it is Area 4, correct? We got together last Thursday, District 10, 11, and 15, and we went through our crime stats for the year, where we are from January to October. And we are down a great deal. And, you know, our carjackings are up, our robberies are up, but we're making significant gains. And it's always helpful when you have a great relationship with your commander. So I thank them, and I wanted to go on public records saying thank you because they really do work hard for me. I have one question. So with the district councils, how often are they trained? Did somebody ask that? How often are they trained?
Director Brooks.
Community policing. So it's important to remember that the district councils do not fall under the Chicago Police Department. They're an independent body. I know that the commission has done some training for them. We've offered to give them training and we've made seats available at the Citizen Academy.
They're up tomorrow, so we can ask that question
Good,
tomorrow.
okay,
Okay.
that's perfect. But I would like for us to work with them a little bit more so that we are all on the same page. And I think my colleague just stated that. That's really, really important to me. Moving forward, when the new cadets come out, I am introduced to them when they come into my ward. I'm a little, like when I am introduced to them, I'm a little skeptical because they are a little young and I just give them, I'm not as confident that they look like the people in the box that can do what they can do in my community. I have to be honest, I am a little bit fearful for them and I give them like my blessings and just say, be cautious, be careful, and be respectful. Because some of them are young women and some of them are young men. And I am praying that they're getting the coaching and the training that they need to fight this and combat this violence. But those are my prayers. Another thing, did anybody talk about, I know someone just mentioned the CTA. I know that there has been, and you did just say that those numbers were a little bit inflated a little bit. Did we say that?
The crime numbers?
Yeah, the crime numbers.
We're not saying that they're inflated. What we're saying is that we're seeing a decrease in the violent crimes and the overall crimes on CTA.
Okay. Because we've been having some issues on that pink line, and so it's been a little uptick for the past month, I think. And I just know, I don't know, I know that that's not my commander issue, but I just wanted us to at least watch that a little bit because that pink line has been a couple of stabbings lately. And so I just want to give a little attention to that. But overall, I like the work that is being done in my community. I like the ear to the streets that the commander and my lieutenant and my captains have. It helps. And so I encourage my new aldermen to make sure that you all have that relationship because it can work very, we're like the backbone and kind of like the intel to our community because they come to us first. So it's always great to have that working relationship. And so I thank you all again. Thank you for that continued support in the 24th Ward. Thank you.
And thank you all the minute. We're going to continue to have those relationships.
Thank you, Alderman Scott. We will have Alderman Knudsen followed by Alderman Silverstein.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thanks, Superintendent. You're doing a lot of time in front of us, which we appreciate. I feel like it's been very quick since the committee hearings, and it's good to see you've gotten to work so quickly. So thanks for diving right in.
Thank you, Alderman.
On that note, we had a good conversation during the committee hearings, and I don't want to repeat anything. We talked about the co-response model to mental health calls, investments in technology, things that have come up today that are really important to me. We also talked a little bit about just the distribution of staffing of officers throughout the districts. The stat that I highlighted was just that the 18th district that serves a good 70% of my ward, and then downtown, and downtown's always going to get more attention, has had a 30% drop in officers over 2 years. It's the biggest drop in the city by a good amount. And on that conversation, we talked about doing an assessment. And my line of questioning on this topic is really, what does that assessment look like in layman's terms? Is it an independent assessment? What are the metrics? And really, what are potential goals coming out of it?
Well, right now, without a staffing study, which we're looking to do eventually, we have to do something quick to assess the needs within the district. Now, that's based on events, that's based on crime, It's based on activity within that area. Now, I know what I can tell you with the 18th district. I believe it was about 20 officers. We just provided the 18th district commander to help with the window detail that's more than likely going to be coming up. And at some point, we'll probably have to send a few more officers over there for that. We also noted there's a parade coming up that we have to make sure that we have properly staffed and we have the proper manpower there. So the assessment will be done based on these things, the events, the needs, and what types of crime are occurring over there. Entertainment team that we have over there is very important to have that because of the number of businesses that are over there. We know we have the Mag Mile over there, so we have to pay attention to that also. We know that we've had some robberies, smash and grabs, things of that nature, and we want to make sure that we have that covered. So as we move along, we'll make these assessments. As we get more bodies from the academy, we'll start to distribute those accordingly.
That's great. And yeah, go ahead.
Hold us time. Staffing study. We went through I want to say a year and a half ago with the University of Chicago Crime Lab that produced a staffing study. Number one, have you had an opportunity to see that? That's number one. Number two, if you have, what are your thoughts on that? And what's a reasonable implementation plan for staffing analysis and changes?
So the first thing, I have had the opportunity to see it. It's not truly a staffing study. It was done based on algorithm. Okay. We need a true staffing study where we're looking at calls for service. We're looking at the number of officers we have. We need to look at the geographical locations. We need to look at the size of the districts. All of that has to be broken down to determine a true staffing study. So we can't do this just based on simple algorithms. So moving forward, we want to get one started as quickly as possible. So we're looking into ways of funding that.
Well, let me say, so I think you might be in my tenure, the third or fourth person to sit in that chair that says that we need the staffing study that will do the staffing study. And I think that's when the UFC came in to provide it. And I guess the question I think we need to know and understand is, what does that cost look like, and what do we need to do to allocate resources for?
So here's the deal. I just met with we can actually get this funded through philanthropy. This will be some they're outside resources. Now, when you do that, it has to be open and transparent, right? Which I have no problem with because I've been talking about transparency. At this point, if we can get that work done, get it funded, and the quicker we can get it started, the better we can get, the quicker we can get it out there. Now, this isn't going to happen overnight. These staffing studies take time. And especially as large as Chicago is, and we look at the geographical area that has to be studied, and looking at the possibility, I'm not saying that we're absolutely going to do it, but we do have to look at the possibility of remapping the size of these districts, because all of that will be a part of the staffing study.
Okay, very well. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Those were helpful questions. I appreciate that. And I think too, with your other goals that we talked about today, like, increased detectives, civilianization, always a hard word for me to say for some reason. It lightens the load, of course, on the officers that are serving the districts. And I tend to find these ongoing studies when it comes to an organization as big as CPD are required in order to optimize the bodies that we have in order to make sure that they're serving all communities in the right way. I also want to mention too, we really appreciate the increased bike patrol and other patrol that has been sent related to the sprees of armed robberies that we've been seeing in our ward and neighboring wards. It's our Commander Bars. We've been working so closely, and Commander Jasani, on making sure that the two districts that serve our ward are really in touch, because I think that type of cooperation, communication is so key. These safety issues don't stop at borders, they move around, especially when they're done in sprees. So I can't thank, your group of commanders and my commanders that serve our community enough. I want to go to a question on hate crimes that I just want a little more clarity on. No shock to anyone. We've talked about it in here. There's been just a big rise in hate crimes, xenophobia, homophobia, anti-Semitism, racism across the board. And we see there's a hate crime victim advocate. And I was wondering if I could get a little more detail on the job description of that single hate crime victim advocate that's funded.
Director Brooks, I'd like to talk about that.
Director Brooks, Office of Community Policing. Currently, we have a hate crime officer that we have assigned to hate crimes, along with we work with the Detective Bureau on the follow-up of those hate crimes. In 2024, we're looking to add a hate crime advocate, and this is really to help us work with our community-based organizations who have seen within their communities a rise in hate crime. We're working on an initiative to reach out to those organizations to help us get that information on those hate crimes and those hate incidents, which are somewhat underreported. I will tell you that as a department, we take each and every incident and seriously investigate it fully.
That's great. So this person, just to confirm, it'll be a little bit of CAP style. They'll visit different community organizations and districts, and that could help track patterns too.
Absolutely. Not only helping track patterns, but also reaching out to those communities to make sure that we are getting that information. As we know, hate crimes are not always reported, or hate incidents are always reported. And we are really making an outreach to get a better understanding of the fulsome of this issue, and more importantly, get it reported and to follow up with the necessary investigation.
Do you think an increase in one is enough?
Do I think an increase in one is enough?
Yep.
I think that what's really important is our department continue to take it in its totality. Remember, the patrol aspect of it is the first contact with usually the people when they call 911. We want to make sure that we give them all the tools necessary to document that incident for us to follow up on the investigation.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
A few people have asked about CTA, and we've learned quite a bit. I want to just say I wish CTA appeared at these budget hearings. I think we'd have a lot of pretty great follow-up questions related to how they communicate with you and making sure that people aren't working in silos. A question is, how do you feel the coordination between CPD and CTA when it comes to CTA safety is being handled? Is there a good line of communication there?
There's a great line of communication there. Commander Joe Bird has a really good relationship with CTA leadership. I think they do a great job of coordinating where officers are needed. There's constant conversation between them. And when we talk about the overtime initiative that is actually funded by CTA and getting officers to work to increase the manpower on the CTA has been helpful. The other thing is that our Commander Bird is very instrumental in making sure that our officers are active and proactive on CTA. Not only that, the combination of that coordination now spills over into patrol. And from the patrol standpoint, we're doing CTA platform checks, and they're working in lockstep with the SDFC rooms and the technology with CTA. So we have a good coordination with them.
That's really good to hear from the safety perspective. And I hope we can keep increasing that. You know, we're going to be continuing, members of council, to do some work lifting the veil on the CTA, if you will, to see if we can get a better direct line on what's going on and the things our constituents tell us that they should have an easier way to report. So that's good to hear. I also want to just ask a little bit more about, there's budgeted 3 graphic artists and 3 digital media specialists. You know, we really use the community alerts that you all send out, and I think they're great. People really watch out for them in our newsletter. I'm wondering, are the job description of these roles a little bit broader? My hope in, you know, a leading question is that it has an attempt through social media to connect CPD further with a younger generation, especially a generation that might have some distrust.
Ryan, would you?
Ryan Fitzsimons, Deputy Director, CPD. So yeah, those titles you looked at were part of a broader push throughout the department where we were looking to engage in that storytelling and co-governance model that the transition report pushed. So we do have those digital media specialists, which are going to help us engage much more with social media. And then we also just have more titles related generally to engaging with the public. Community policing already does a lot of that. And then we're just trying to support their message throughout the entire department.
Okay, that's great. And, you know, for those people when they come in, I hope they rely on a bunch of us as advocates to even leverage that work. We can be good communicators and try to, I think, bring people into the fold of trust. It's better when everyone's talking. So would love to help on that. That's all I got. Thank you so much, Superintendent, and appreciate the work that you started doing really quickly.
Thank you, Alderman. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Alderman Knutson and Alderman Silverstein.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's almost evening.
How are you, Alderman?
I am well. Before I start with anything, I first want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to, actually, whenever I have police officers in a room, I'm always saying thank you. So I truly appreciate everything that you do, everyone in the room here today, my commanders. I mostly have the 24th district, but I also have the 17th and the 20th. And they are all fantastic. So I want to thank them as well. And I also want to thank you, Superintendent, for your communication with me and your contact with me and your caring. I truly appreciate it. So thank you very much. I did want to just follow up on some things that Alderman Knudsen was saying about the hate officer. I'm assuming that's also your civil rights unit. Is that synonymous? Okay. So I would really encourage, and I feel very strongly that we need more than one or two officers. There has been an 86% increase in hate crimes in Chicago from 2021 to 2022. And now, given the situation over the last couple of weeks, that probably those percentages are probably even higher. And as you said, not everybody is even reporting them. So I'm sure those numbers are even higher than what we have reported. And so I would suggest in a nice way that you would consider expanding that. I think it's really necessary. And just a question out of the statement, those officers or the officer that's there, do they work with the victim also? I mean, are they there for just tracking, or do they also, like when we were talking about domestic violence, do they go out and talk to the victims, or is that more of a human relations type?
Director Glenn Brooks, Office of Community Policing. Absolutely. Our officers go out and they work with the victim. They're also supported by our affinity officers within, not only within the unit, but also within a district. So we have, and there's 6 of those. And we use them to help support the hate crimes unit. Additionally, we received a grant in late September, early October for additional $400,000. I think one of the things that is really key is to continue to build those collaborative partnerships with those community groups on this particular issue. As we move forward, we are always looking and accepting suggestions from the community and how we can better this space.
And Acting Chief DeVries, can you just talk a little bit about how we respond to hate crimes, especially electronically?
Yes, Acting Chief DeVries, Bureau of Counterterrorism. So as you know, ma'am, as you were a victim yourself, we have the JTTF. We have several units underneath me that assist in investigating some of these crimes. We have the CAS team, which is your confidential analytical section. They're able to track a lot of the posts on social media and then do a deeper dive into where those posts are coming from, identify those people. Been very successful in mitigating things many times early on. A lot of these people don't even realize what they're putting up. They're just putting up hate that they don't even understand what's behind that hatred. So when we go out there and we interview them and talk to them, obviously they're shocked that they were, first off, found by us. And then secondly, it's a common theme by many of them. I didn't understand, or I didn't realize what I was saying. A lot of times that's not an excuse, obviously, but many of these people they're actually victims themselves of what they're seeing on TV and what they're being propaganda and believing that's not even true. So they don't even understand what they're saying sometimes. So it's good to intervene. It's good to have these units that are able to go out and talk to these people, because a lot of times making people wiser makes them smarter. It makes us safer. It's not only just arresting people, sometimes talking to those people and getting them knowledge and understanding what they did, and they don't even grasp the severity of what they, the crime they've committed. So we have those means and a lot of opportunity. And I mean, I could give you hundreds of examples that I'm not going to get into now, but there's a lot of things that are going on that, we can't talk about, that our units do intervene, and they do a really good job of talking to these people and catching a lot of this. And then a lot of these times these people will explain their side of it, and leads us to other people that are actually on the farther end of the spectrum that we can go talk to and, take off the street. So hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
It does. And again, I mean, my big push is to make sure that people are reporting this incidents and crimes as well. I think it's really important. And I do think that the numbers are not where they should be. And I think it's a serious problem. And again, I think we need to concentrate on fighting against hate of all kinds.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if this came up earlier. If it did, we don't have to go over it again. You and I could talk about it before, but yes, we talked about the carjackings and we talked about the robberies. I'm not sure if anybody mentioned that most of these are being committed by juveniles. And has that come up yet in this long day? And I was just wondering, if it hasn't, if you could talk about that, and if you have any, and usually when the juveniles commit a crime, they're back out on the street a few hours later and committing them again, which is very frustrating for all of us. So I don't know if you have some kind of a plan that could help with that situation.
So right now, we're in talks with the mayor's office about sitting down with lawmakers now to determine what's the best course of action to deal with juveniles who are engaging in this from the first time that they're caught to repeat offenders. What we have to understand about juveniles who are engaging in a lot of the robberies and the carjackings, we have a tendency to believe that a lot of these kids just don't have anything else to do. What I will tell you is a lot of these young people, especially the younger age individuals that we were apprehending for carjackings, only to find out that it was a video game for them. They were saying, they would constantly say things like GTA, which is Grand Theft Auto, a video game, where carjacking was a part of the video game. And they're engaging in this. At times they're online comparing their crimes and the number of carjackings that they've committed or performed compared to someone else. So what we're seeing is the repeat offenses. So this isn't just about getting resources for these young people. There also has to be a level of accountability, and that accountability can't be voluntary. We as the adults have to be the adults, and we have to make sure that these juveniles are held accountable, and from that point get the resources that are necessary so that that recidivism rate doesn't continue. We have to change that behavior. That behavior doesn't necessarily change by choice. There has to be something in place to hold these young people accountable, to educate them, and to get them in a better place, to bring them in so that we know that we're not going to have these repeat offenses. Because again, there was a time where when we stopped someone that was a part of a robbery ring and we arrested those people, that was pretty much the end of that robbery ring. It's not that way so much anymore because of the ages of the young people who are committing these crimes. So we have to find a way and take a deeper dive into dealing with juveniles when it comes to violent crimes, because we know that it may be a carjacking, and for some of them it may be a game at that moment. But for the person that they just stuck a gun to the head of, that's trauma for the rest of their lives. And we also know that this has led to not only shootings, but homicides, where someone acted out, didn't want to give up the keys, didn't want to give up the car. Yeah, you imagine a woman going to a car with her child strapped in the back seat, and someone runs up and sticks a gun in your face and attempts to drive off with the baby seat and the child in the vehicle, and the mother hanging on to the car being dragged because she's trying to save her child. These are things that we have to take into consideration. We can't look at this like it's a game, because we know that these things escalate to greater things. So a juvenile today who is committing crimes will become your future adult who are committing more heinous crimes. So we have to find some help for these juveniles now to stop this continued violent crime.
Thank you for that. I don't have any other questions. You have a big responsibility on your shoulders. I've been telling so many people how impressed I've been with you so far. So thank you for everything that you're doing. Good luck, and let us know how we can all help you.
Thank you.
I know we're all of us here are very willing and able to help you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Alderman Silverstein. I believe that takes us through all of the members that are currently in the room. We're going to now go to Alderman Gutierrez, followed by, what, you got your hand up? Oh, no, I just said the committee members. Okay, no problem. Alderman Gutierrez, followed by Alderman Coleman.
Thank you, Chairman. So nice meeting you in person. When you got appointed, I was not in the chamber, but I just want to congratulate you in you and your team. I know you've been in the department for a couple of years, which I also, looking at the paperwork they gave us, they forgot to change your title in it, right? You still are noted as a chief, which you're now our superintendent. I don't know if this was printed before your appointment, but also wanted to ask if your chief position has been already fulfilled.
Well, right now we have acting Chief DeVries in there, and based on what you're saying, it sounds like I'm gonna have to smack somebody for that.
No, because I was just being curious, and then I was like, okay, the top 10 staff salaries, right? And I was like, oh my goodness, this is not accurate, right? So, okay, so nice meeting you all. But that was one thing that I wanted to point. And I was curious because I was told that back then it used to be every month, right, a graduation of officers. I know that nowadays we have lowered the amount of people that want to apply and become officers. So because it's 16 weeks, the academy, if I'm correct.
No, I believe it's, what is it, 22?
27 weeks. 27 weeks.
7 weeks, yes.
And how often it's a graduation then now?
Well, the graduation is something different from the recruits coming out of the academy. There are recruits going out of the academy monthly, but for cost savings and the size of the class, we combine it, and you may have 3 or 4 different classes within one graduation.
3 or 4 graduations a year? Then we have.
I'm not sure how many did we do a year?
We normally average between 3 to 4 a year, depending on schedules. I'm sorry, Deputy Chief Chris Papoyuano, Training Support Group. We coordinate that through the mayor's office, the superintendent's office, and then we try to get as many recruits through. So we're averaging about 3 a year at this point.
Just trying to understand and learn as much as I can of the whole department. And with that said, I'm looking at the numbers here. So we have 1,500 vacancies to fulfill. Within the same department, I know some of them may be taking over these positions. So at the end, can we have an estimate of the positions after moving staff around? How many are we having and what the timeline will be looking like? I know it's a tough question, and I know if we don't have officers starting, so how are we thinking of fulfilling these positions?
I want to be sure of that question that you're asking. Are you're asking how soon are we going to fill those positions?
Yes, because it's a big number, right? 1,565 positions vacant?
That's correct.
Mhm.
So here's what I'll tell you, moving forward. Obviously, we have to come up with something better as it relates to recruitment. We're going to have a heavy push, because again, those vacancies happened over the past 3 years. These were challenging times for officers. Between COVID and civil unrest occurring simultaneously, the social media and the media coverage on police officers led to a lot of stressful situations for police officers, and especially those officers who had plenty of time on the job, who may have stuck around, decided, hey, listen, it's time to go. Not only that, across the country, it's become difficult to recruit people to be police officers or to want to be police officers because they feel that the negativity that's associated right now with being a police officer. However, I feel that we can build upon that by building trust and building relationships in the community to get people to want to come in and be a part of the solution, right? And this is something that we need to do to work with that. But we do want to fill those positions. Currently, we have about 450 Chicago police officers in the academy. We're going to be filling those roles, and we need to keep up with recidivism.
No, and with that said, also, we need to remember that our police officers are also our community members,
Yeah.
our family and friends. And we also need to continue to advocate for them to have good working conditions. Because we also know sometimes they don't have times off, or they work the shift and then they're called again real quick without having a lot of hours or days that they were supposed to have. So I think we just need to continue to work together in order for them to have a good environment, good hours, and overall good conditions.
So we've done that. We've done away with the mandatory day off cancellations. There was at least 1 or 2 every 5 weeks day off cancellations that we have put a stop to there to make sure that our officers have time to wind down, have time with their families, have time to decompress from the stressful things that they see at work every day. Obviously, we're working to better the conditions in the districts, but that's going to take time as we try to find some form of out-migration when we can get the migrants to some type of shelter and clear up our districts. That's going to be helpful to our officers. But we are offering wellness classes and opportunities for officers to go out and seek help.
No, thank you. And with that said, with our new arrivals, I know a lot of my constituents living around, because in the 14th Ward, we do have District 9th and District 8th police stations. I know my colleague Lee has done a great job in District 9 as well with Alderperson Julia Ramirez, but on the 8th district as well, we share it with other colleagues, Quinn and Tavares and Lopez. I know the neighbors that live in the surroundings are the ones that all the time are calling my office, are really worried about the drug dealing usage, prostitution around the police station, carjacking, houses being also, looked into. So I know there's protocols and processes, and you were telling us how officers are doing their best to put an end into it. But I think we just need to continue to address this with our community members. It's an overall worry, but also it's on a daily basis, right? They call me, they text me, they go to my office because they're really worried. And I always explain to them that it's going to be better, right? That we're working towards moving them from the police station. But I just want to address that we need to continue to tackle and enforce
and communicate.
and also communicate and educate our new arrivals of the do's and don'ts, right? We cannot just say it's common sense because maybe they were not used to follow rules. And we just need to continue doing our due diligence in towards that. With that said, also, that's our main concern right now and by the District 8. But also wanted to point out the car drifting and racing that we're experiencing down 47th Street, Archer, Pulaski, Cicero. I've been working with the commander and the sergeants and everyone in District 8, but I want to ask for your help, Superintendent. We really need to work together for that issue, as well as prostitution on 47 and Cicero. Those are the main concerns. Of course, we have issues in the whole city, in the whole ward, but those that I'm mentioning right now, it's been pressuring. And it's not only when the parade or the celebrations from September happened, but it's ongoing every single weekend. And I do get calls 2, 3 in the morning, and I'm calling 911, 311, because sometimes our constituents are afraid of calling, right, as well. So we just need to continue to work together. And it's the only thing I ask you, so we can continue working on that, please.
So here's what we are responding to those, and I'll turn it over to Chief McDermott to talk about a couple of those things, especially when it comes to the drifting. The drifting has been a problem in the past, and a huge problem with the drifting in the past was when our officers responded, they were met with physical attacks. Now, one of the things that I've said, and I've said this a million times, and I'll say it a million times over, I'm not going to allow our officers to be attacked, physically attacked, and not respond. This goes back to what I mentioned earlier when we talked about our officers being unfairly judged. When in any individual, it'd be human nature that if you're physically attacked, to defend yourself. Well, officers now are trying to uphold the law. They're trying to keep people safe. If that officer cannot defend himself or herself, they cannot defend anyone else. So our officers, if they're attacked, I expect our officers to respond to that physical attack and stop it. And if there needs to be an explanation as to how the officer responded to that, I am ready, willing, and able to explain it and explain how it's associated with our training, our policy, and the law. That being said, we'll just quickly, I'll just have Chief McDermott talk to you about some of the things that we're doing.
Yeah, and if there's implementation in any new plans or any other teams that are involved in these issues, please ongoing conversations, so we can continue to have them with you and your team.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good evening, Brian McDermott, Chief Patrol. So thanks for the question. The 8th District, as you know, has been ground zero for the drag racing and drifting incidents. The SOUP mentioned that officers have been under attack under multiple occasions. So I understand the seriousness of what's going on. I understand the concerns of everybody in this room, not just you, because the drag racing and the drifting has affected a number of different districts. But what we've done is we've taken this very seriously. We've procured, we talked earlier about tire deflation devices. We've used those devices on a number of occasions as a vehicle pursuit prevention device. So, you know, we'll deploy those. We'll give dispersal orders, deploy the stop sticks, we call them. You know, our main goal is to prevent a takeover. So how do we prevent a takeover? We work with Bureau of Counterterrorism and their criminal analytics section, and they do a great job of going over social media, and they get the locations of these takeovers before they occur, and they get that message out to Bureau Patrol. So our main thing is we want to beat them to the corner, prevent the street takeover. We coordinate our efforts amongst all the districts that are involved, the 8th District, the 10th District, the 9th District, the 1st District, the surrounding suburbs, Cicero, you know, Cook County, State Police. So it's a big coordinated effort. A lot of things that go on with our main goal is to prevent attacks against the police, keep the public safe, and try to prevent these street takeovers.
No, thank you for that. And I really want to echo, also giving a shout out to our commanders, Sprainey and Mullenix, and all their officers. I know it's a tough job, but I do appreciate all what they and you all are doing for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman Gutierrez. Alderman Coleman, followed by Alderman Clay.
Thank you, Chairman Irvin. You already know how proud we are of you, Inglewood Excellence Superintendent.
Thank you.
I do want to commend Chief Don Jerome. He goes above and beyond for, he calls me at least once a week, and not for Inglewood because our numbers have decreased, but we want to keep them down because it's been turning up lately. Commander Tate over in 6 will always be a part of Inglewood, Lewis Courts, as well as Brian in the 8th District. Now, you know, if we convince Susie Brown to come back from retirement, that mistake would not have happened in the book. Just putting that out there. I'm sure she's listening.
She's ready.
Uh-huh. I know we're always looking to increase efficiency and save money. So is it true that the process for writing a ticket for an officer, is that a 4-hour between the paperwork, the filing, the follow-up? What is the time period?
When you say write a ticket,
Writing police reports, I'm sorry.
it would depend. It would depend on what report or what type of report that is. Now, some police reports can be cumbersome.
What is the average time? I know you said depending on the report, but what's the average?
Chief McDermott, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so like the soup said, it really varies. If it's just an arrest report, the more arrest officers make, the more efficient they get at doing them. So some officers will finish an arrest with a case report and an inventory, in 2 hours would be an efficient amount of time. And officers that are slower, like you said, from 3 to 4 hours, depending on the nature of the arrest, how many inventories they have.
That's a long time, and it takes, the more you do it, the better you get, right? But since modernization should be a part of the process, are we looking to save money to decrease that time by way of technology?
Well, we can talk to Dan Casey about what we're doing with that.
This is Dan Casey, Public Safety Administration. So we've rolled out new hardware for the officers at this time, including mobile devices that they can have in their vehicles. And now we're rolling out some software implementations. This week, actually, we're testing the ability, if they run a plate in their lead system, they don't have to retype that information. They can pull it right into their report. So then it's less errors and also quicker for the officers, 5-10 minutes here, 5-10 minutes there. They can also search the data warehouse. And if there's some information in there, let's say the offender's been arrested before, they have them in custody now, they don't have to type all that information again. They can pull it in from the data warehouse. Again, less errors, less typing, less redundant, manual entry. And then also they can do a license. They can scan it with the mobile device they have, with the phone they have, and take that data off of there. They don't have to type it. It can be scanned off the back of the driver's license.
Chicago's Crime Prevention Information Center, they use a process that reduces reporting time to 15 or 20 minutes. Have CPD looked at using the same process?
No, we can take a look at that. Sure.
I would definitely recommend. The estimated savings would look like 20 million in police hours. And I would love to take a look at that and for us to discuss being more efficient, but definitely saving dollars, especially at a $20 million cost tag. Yes,
and time to get them back on the street.
For the 4 hours, the 2 to 4 hours versus 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah,
And,
there's a lot of complicated stuff with those reports, so I'll turn that over.
And Alderman, we do have to take some things into consideration. One, the consent decree and the requirements of it. There are a lot of data points now that we have to hit, the things that or reports that we have to do. Some of them are lengthy. Tactical response reports, through the consent decree, all of the things that were added to those reports makes it a lot more lengthy to do those reports. You have to watch body-worn camera, or the supervisors have to review those things. ISRs are police reports based on an investigatory stop. Those are pretty lengthy. So we can get bogged down in a lot of paperwork, but a lot of that paperwork is tied to the consent decree, or and also part of the reform, foot pursuit policy. Vehicle pursuit policy. Those all require reports that can take a lot of time.
Yes, sir. Have we looked at the cadet program, reinstating the cadet program?
Well, Chief Talley?
Good evening, Chief Yolanda Talley, Bureau of Internal Affairs. So the cadet program is under recruitment and retention, and we have reinstated that program. We have cadets in most of the Southside districts, and we just recently hired 3 more cadets. So that cadet program is up and running.
South side and west side?
Yes.
Awesome. I would like to know, Chairman Irvin, question? Stop the time.
I do have a unique look on my face because I would not have expected that to be housed in BIA, that's all.
That's just because recruitment and retention is there and the cadet program falls under recruitment and retention.
Okay, just, I don't know, that's just wouldn't expect it to be housed there, but I know you had that prior to, right?
Yes.
That's, okay, all right, very well, go ahead.
And would love to help elevate that, especially from the Chicago Automatic Black Caucus. We know how important it is to have our young people actively engaged. We have a success story in 7th District where the officers actually drove him to college, first generation to graduate high school and to attend college. So I know how important that program is and just to see them grow. What is the current graduation class, the upcoming graduation class? The total, what is the ethnicity breakdown, and when do we expect them to, from training to streets, or I don't know if I'm saying.
So are you, Alderman, are you talking about the next class to graduate?
Yes,
Because
sir.
we have, so there are officers who are already in the field right now, and they'll be coming back to the graduation.
The class that's finished training, I know the graduation won't be until next year, but they've completed the academy in the field. How many do we have that's on that
So are we looking for the
trajectory
year? The entire year?
right now?
Or just?
The current,
The current class?
yes, sir.
So do we have that breakdown with us now?
Yes. So the next the next class coming out of the academy should be a class of 63. They went in July 5th.
What's the ethnicity breakdown?
I don't have that. I can get it to you through the, oh, you have it? Got it.
Yeah, good afternoon, Alderman. Bob Landowski, Human Resources, OPSA. The class breakdown for this class was, that is coming out is 30% white, 31% black, 33% Hispanic, 5% Asian, 2% other, and it's 63% male and 37% female.
Okay. Great recruitment. Chief Sally, that's, I wish we can say the same thing for the fire department. You might want to go to that department. We're gonna have to borrow Chief Sally for a little bit over there. What was the amount of civilian positions before the announced 400?
The percentage?
Yes, sir, percentage and or amount.
Brian
Total
Fitzsimmons,
amount.
Deputy Director Fitzsimmons should have that information.
Yes. Hi, Ryan Fitzsimmons, Deputy Director, Chicago Police Department. So looking at our civilian numbers prior to this change, we were budgeted for 824 out of a grand total for the department of 14,093. It came out to between 6 and 7% for civilian.
6 or 7%. That's it for me, Chairman. I will not be requiring a round two again. Chief Don Jerome, Tate, Courts, thank you. Brian, thank you. Susie Brown, come back.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman Coleman, Alderman Clay.
Good evening, Superintendent.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm great. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Yeah.
Gotta get to the nitty gritty line items because I'm the new kid on the block, so I get to do this. Wanted to do a deep dive into our asset forfeiture. Can you tell us how we spend these funds, both from the asset forfeiture from the federal side and also the state side?
What I'll do is I'll push that information over to Acting Chief of the Bureau of Counterterrorism, DeVries.
Good evening. Acting Chief DeVries from the Bureau of Counterterrorism. So could you repeat exactly what you're looking for?
Yeah, so under our line item 057, there's 3 line items that say asset forfeiture, 2 for federal and 1 for state. And I just wanted to know, when we have these funds, where are they being spent? To my knowledge, it's from when you all acquire things from an arrest, we get a portion of the value of that? Just what are those proceeds then being spent on?
So the seizure funds and proceeds and material used in the distribution of illegal narcotic drugs is conducted under 725 ILCS 150, the Drug Asset Procedure Act, and the Federal Asset Forfeiture Program under the categories of the criminal forfeiture civil statutes. We fall under that, so we're maintained by the federal government and also by the state police who do the audit of our 1505 and 1505 ML funds. 1505 are directly related to narcotics. 1505 ML funds are money laundering, which is directly related to narcotics. So any of those seizures, when we have those, go back into a fund, which is called the 1505 and the 1505 ML fund. And those can be used for anything to combat narcotics, drug trafficking, gun, et cetera. They cannot be used for anything else. And that is maintained by the state police. They audit that for us. That fund is a separate fund that is maintained by a bursar's office and also by an accountant. And then only distribution of those funds come from the chief, Bureau of Counterterrorism, and then through the superintendent.
And Chair, is there any way that we can get a breakdown of how these funds have been spent through you? I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I would love to see how we're reinvesting these dollars.
I would say yes, to the extent that it doesn't compromise anything that they're doing.
For sure.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
So, and I could just tell you too, that just because we seize $1 million, we don't get $1 million back. That has to go through the court. The court determines that that money is legally seized. At that time, Chicago Police Department probably gets at most 65% of that back. Because the Cook County gets a portion of that, the state police get a portion of that, FBI gets a portion, depending on our involvement in it. But the max we will ever get is probably 65%. But most likely, we usually get 5 to 15%.
Got you. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I would love to just see that breakdown. Next up, the cops hiring program. Can you speak a little bit more to that? I see that we have a huge carryover. We've got maybe about 9 or 10 line items under the cops hiring program. If anybody could speak to what that program is and why do we carry over so much money?
Hi, my name is Deputy Director Ryan Fitzsimons, going over the cops hiring program. This is money that we get from the federal government to help us hire new police officers. Everyone's able to apply. It is a kind of lengthy application, which is why not every municipality goes for it, but we in Chicago go for it, and we receive about funding for about 100 officers every year through that program.
And then do we have a rhyme or reason why we are carrying over millions of dollars from 2023 into 2024?
So the funds that we don't expend in 2023, just from our hiring, we don't want to look like we're putting all of our expenditures onto that one grant, right? We want to make sure that we're working with fidelity with the rules and regulations of the grant. And as hiring picks up, you'll see expenditures increasing.
Got you. Moving on to the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. Can anybody tell me what this grant entails and how we use it?
Yes, so Ryan Fitzsimons, Deputy Director, Chicago Police Department. What we use this a lot of times for is piloting and trying to innovate on new things that we haven't done before. So this year, for example, we use some of that money to improve our radios to make sure that we were having crystal clear communication. We also got some more of those rapid deployment kits we put in there as well, so we could make sure that we were putting more cameras out into the wards. And then another thing that we've done with that is we've put more cameras kind of on the back of the hitches of Ford Explorers, which will allow us to raise a pole up and have a camera at the top. So it's a way for us to pilot and innovate new practices and pieces of technology.
And Soup, I'm just highlighting this only again because we are carrying over $10 million of these funds to be innovative, and I would love for us to put them to use as much as possible. So just flagging that for you as we're thinking about this budget going forward. How can we get even more creative with these funds so that they're being effective for what we need them to be? Because this is millions of dollars, y'all. So excuse me as I'm just sitting here like, we have that much money to carry over? Moving on with my 4 minutes.
Can anybody talk to the improving CPD's response to domestic violence and sexual assault and stalking? What are we doing with these funds and how effective have they been?
Director Brooks.
I'm gonna get like
Correct,
Georgia
yeah.
Blakemore, you still in my minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking, I'm sorry, I was looking for the particular grant. Good afternoon, Director Glenn Brooks, Chicago Police Department. This is actually within the Detective Bureau, this grant. Yeah.
Good evening, Antoinette City Chief, Bureau of Detectives. I think you may be referring to what we call our SAKI grant, our Sexual Assault Kit Initiative. That is something that we are using in order to advance our investigations, particularly what we would call cold cases, where we're looking to develop solvability factors. So when we go and we see that there's DNA that we can test for, that we're submitting that. There's some aspects of genealogy testing, when appropriate, that we can put into that. We can see if there's more information to send through the chair if that's not sufficient. But in general, we believe this is one of the ways that we are responding to gender-based violence when there are sexual assault incidents.
Sweet, thank you for that. Next up, which is something that I'm really passionate about, Soup, is our law enforcement mental health and wellness. Now, we have 5 line items here that have some change in them. But we are carrying over at least 4 of these line items into 2024. So we are only spending a very small portion of this funds, and obviously mental health is huge for our officers right now, and I really want to continue to lift that up, that you all are humans doing some extraordinary work, and you need some time. So how can we make sure that we are spending these dollars more effectively to get our officers the real mental health help that they need?
Well, just a higher focus on it. And again, hiring more clinicians, hiring people to come in who have the expertise in helping our officers move forward. Not just our officers, you know, we just had a suicide walk on Sunday, which was very helpful with our officers getting out and talking to other people. So we want to expand programs like that to help our officers come in contact with others who are going through similar things. So as we move forward, we'd like to open up as many facilities as we can to help so that our officers can go and get help. It's just some of the things that we're doing moving forward. Now I'm going to do a deeper dive because I don't want to just keep saying officer wellness. It's not enough to say it. We actually have to do something about it. So once we do a deeper dive and see all of the things that are going to be more effective in helping our officers, and what I'd like to do is talk to our officers. Hear what our officers need, hear it from them and hear their voices, and then we move forward from there.